The Monsters Playbook is an adventure podcast for grown-ups. It contains violence and profanity and deals with adult themes that may be uncomfortable for some listeners. Listener discretion is advised.
Hey guys, this is the Monsters Playbook. We are Real Play Monster of the Week RPG podcast, where the real world crashes into the paranormal over and over and over again, and where no monster can hurt you as much as I hurt Jonny. Now, you might be wondering why you're hearing my voice instead of Johnny's dulcet tones.
How dare you?
I know. Well, we have a little bit of a surprise for you today. I am going to be running a one-shot Monster of the Week mystery, and I'm really excited to run this for you guys today. The mystery is called Dream Away the Time, and the really cool thing about it is that it is actually available for free on Roll20's website, courtesy of Evil Hat Productions and Michael Sands.
Because it's Monster of the Week month!
Exactly! Exciting stuff! So you guys can go in there and you can actually download the mystery yourself. Again, it is completely free. Really good resource for keepers. They have all the information that you would need in there as far as threats, bystanders, locations, information on monsters and background and stuff. So definitely recommend. It's a really fun mystery, and I'm really excited to see what these misfits get up to. So I think that is kind of it. We might probably do a couple more one-shots as the podcast continues to grow and evolve. It's a fun kind of breakaway from the ongoing campaign.
And torture of Jonny.
Well, we'll see.
And, well, we'll see. But also it gives Jonny a chance to play. And so I figured to kind of kick us all off, because we didn't really get a chance to do this in our proper cover story campaign. We didn't get a chance to really do character creation because our game had already been going on for a while. So the characters have already been created, but I thought we could just talk through what your guys' playbooks are, introduce your guys' characters and the moves that you guys have, and then after we do that, I think we'll go around and we'll talk about how you guys individually know each other, which is part of the normal kind of character creation process. So
It's been a while.
It has been a while, I know. Why don't we start with Miah's character, Dr. Olivia White. Why don't you tell us about Olivia?
Dr. Olivia White is a scientist at CISRA, Center of Invasive Species Research and Assessment. And her playbook is the Action Scientist. She usually wears a dark gray engineer's jumpsuit with zippers that are bright orange. She has dark brown steel toe boots. She has brown hair that is shoulder length and naturally curly. She has friendly brown eyes that are always curious. Her nails are always dirty with either oil, dirt, chemicals, etc. You know, things around a lab, whatever. She's about 5'2". She wears very small, sensible shoes and has a number of elastic bands on her wrist, although she's not really that fashionable. As far as, I guess, moves... I have two-fisted science, so I roll sharp instead of tough. I automatically get science. I can create a gadget or weapons that help me in my investigations, and I can tell the keeper what that device is capable of, and the keeper will pick some of these listed options that are on this sheet.
For those who have Tome of Mysteries and they have the alternate weird basic moves, science actually is allows you to basically use the weird science move. So that is the different weird science requirements. That is the list of things that we would be going off of. So just for future reference.
And then the last move that I took... it's out there, guys, but I took cross-disciplinary studies, which allows me to take a move from another player's playbook, and I just casually took Shapeshifter. So I'm a shape-shifting scientist.
How did that happen? What's the backstory there?
I was just running some scientific research and experiments in my lab when something...
Were you working in your lab late one night?
Yeah, and just something went wrong, and
You're not an octopus, are you?
No. At night and sometimes during the full moon, I turn a little furry. But you'll have to wait and see what my wolf form looks like. Although the shapeshifter move does allow me to have other moves, but I think we're just going to keep it simple, and I'm a werewolf.
Let's go with a wolf.
Yeah.
Okay.
So my ratings, charm is 0. I have +1 to cool, +2 to sharp, -1 to tough, and +1 weird. Werewolf. It makes sense.
Great.
It's like werewolf rules.
As far as the gear that I have a force knife, a stun ray pistol, and I have a science armor, which is worth 1 armor. And the way that mine appears is that if you've ever seen, like, those airbag bicycle helmets that, like, explode.
Oh my god.
And poof out.
On impact.
It's kind of, on impact. It's kind of like that, except it's like a vest, and when on impact, it's a force field, like a force shield. So not an airbag, but...
So not like that at all.
It's like it, because it also comes in, like, vest form.
Is this just because we've been referencing Dune so much?
I was gonna say,
No,
is that
I've
like,
never
it's
seen
like
Dune.
Dune.
I don't know anything about it. But I just remember...
They have things where, like, when they're hit, they're force fields.
All right. Awesome. Thank you. Let us go next to John's character, Ronan Parks.
All right, so I'm Ronan Parks. Just to tell you how he looks, black trench coat over a black bespoke suit. He is tall, chiseled, and inconspicuous.
Wow.
And he has he's well funded, and he has access to a lot of technology.
What playbook are you playing?
I'm currently playing the professional. Just to talk a little bit about my tags, well financed. I have access to weird tech gadgets for the red tape, secretive hierarchy, and cryptic missions. So very interesting. Maybe I'll talk about his gear a little bit just to kind of help illustrate what he looks like. He wears a flak vest under everything, so he's well protected. His serious weapons involve grenades, and normal weapons involve 9mm and a hunting rifle. Somehow he's able to conceal those under everything that he's wearing between the trench coat and the bespoke suit.
Hey, I mean, you've got weird tech, right?
And then I'll talk a little bit about just like high level, like charm, cool, sharp, all of those. So under charm, I have 0 charm, very serious guy. He's got +3 cool, which he actually makes up for his sharp. He has an ability called Tactical Genius that lets him roll cool instead of sharp, and his sharp is -1, so he needs that.
And to get that, so I was just going to say, to get that +3, you also took the move Unfazable so that you can take +1 to your cool for a max of 3.
Yes.
So, yep.
Exactly. And then for tough, he's 2. And then weird, -1. So he's not weird at all. He's pretty normal. So
Pretty normal guy.
yeah, I think the only special move that he has, battlefield awareness. It's not really stat driven. It's more of it allows him to know what's happening around him at all times. So aware of his environment.
And you get a little bit of a bonus to your armor. And then you also have access to deal with the agency, which for the purposes of this game will be CISRA, the agency that we've already referenced. That was included as part of the mystery. So you will have access to be able to ask for some assistance in the field by calling in a favor if you need to. So that is also in your repertoire.
This will be an interesting playthrough.
Yes. All right. And last but not least, Johnny, why don't you tell us a little bit about your character, Vincent?
All right, I'm playing as Vincent MacGill, who is the Crooked. He's imposingly tall with very close-cropped, I think just for men grade hair. It's definitely still dresses like he's 20-year-old McPunk with studded leather jacket and probably torn jeans. Kind of a badass. Like badass by the Johnny Lawrence school of badassery from Cobra Kai. It's got -1 charm, +1 to cool, +1 to sharp, +2 to tough, and 0 weird. My background was as a hoodlum, so I can use tough instead of charm to manipulate someone when I'm using threats of violence, which I intend to do often. And my crooked moves, I have home ground, so the place we're going will be my hometown, and my crew had made a point of keeping the locals happy, so I will always be able to find people around here who know who I am. Speaking of which, I also have notorious. So whenever I reveal who I am to someone for the purposes of manipulating them, it's a cause they will likely just do what I ask. As far as gear, I have a .38 revolver and a hunting rifle, but I do think my signature weapon is going to be my baseball bat.
I was going to say, do you also want to talk about your heat?
I sure do. So the first thing I want to talk about is for the heat, I have a rival from my background who is a hacker named Hurley, he was more sort of tech and computers, where I was more fists and fuckery, as I put it. And then as concerns my underworld, I worked with someone who was more than they seemed, which was there was a job that went south. The client happened to be a demon. I took his money, I did his job, and I left an old partner named Ursula, who's also my former fiance, in the wind. I think that it was the fallout from that job and the way that I handled that demon that led to my involvement in CISRA in the first place. I'm sort of here doing work for them as a sort of condition for parole, if you might say. I'm doing this instead of going to jail.
Awesome. All right. And speaking of CISRA, that is more or less how all of you, I think, probably know each other, at least initially, but I do want to get more specific connections between you all, which is a thing that you usually do during character creation. But I want to just briefly touch on what CISRA is. So the description that they provide here in the module is CISRA, or the Center for Invasive Species Research and Assessment, is a government program dedicated to finding and studying paranormal activity. Agents are discouraged from discussing things like magic and instead encouraged to frame the unknown in scientific terms such as quantum abnormalities. The department only officially dates back to 2002, but that's because it's changed hands and names several times. It originated as a special project under the Department of the Interior, but has changed hands to the Department of Energy, Department of Defense, yada, yada, yada. Records are slim, but it looks like the organization was once called Osiris. Unclear what that name means. That's probably nothing. And that we've bounced around between departments. That's likely how they've been forgotten about. Endless reclassification. Former CISRA directors have a history of disappearing and then reappearing as threats the agents have had to apprehend for further studies. So that's the organization you guys work for, but how do y'all know each other? Let's start in reverse order. Johnny, why don't you go through and figure out how you know Dr. Olivia White and Ronan Parks?
So I think one of my options is this hunter knows about your criminal past. Tell them what crimes they saw you commit. I like the idea of Ronan Parks being more or less my handler / parole agent.
I love that.
Okay.
Oh, God.
He's kind of supposed to watch you.
I am
sure you're on best
exceedingly
behavior
excited to butt heads with you regardless.
I love that. Okay. And then how about for Dr. Olivia White?
The only ones that make sense my way in here, this hunter saved your life when a monster had the drop on you. Now you owe them one. Or this hunter is your moral compass. When you talk things over with them, their advice keeps you on the straight and narrow.
I like the latter.
It does. Does that sound like Olivia White?
Yeah, because I think she's pretty morally sound.
All right, I'm gonna hang with that then.
Cool.
I think that means you have more than once kept me from punching Ronan Parks in the face.
Yes, and a number of other coworkers.
All right. Beautiful. All right. Now, and the way that this works is that each hunter will have 2 connections. So Johnny has made his connections for Ronan and Dr. Olivia, but they will do the same back for him. So John, let's do the same for you. How do you know Vincent? And how do you know Dr. Olivia White?
Probably through one of the missions that I was handed from the agency, probably came upon Vincent doing some dubious things and saw his skills as an attribute to our team. And so he kind of became part of the system probably, and just kind of overseeing him and stuff.
I think there's a specific one on the prompts that they give you that works pretty well for it. They're on the agency's watch list, and you've been keeping an eye on them.
Yep.
That sounds right. That sounds like me.
So I think that one works perfectly. And then how about for Dr. Olivia?
Okay. So probably a colleague that I came in contact with when I joined the agency a while ago, and have worked collaboratively together on many projects.
There's one that's worked together unofficially, or there's one that you were friends back in training before the agency recruited you.
I kind of like the idea that maybe like before, like when I was a scientist, not just an action scientist, I was kind of like your Q, right? No, I'm thinking of, is it
From
Q
James Bond?
or where I give like you
Gadgets?
these different like tech gadgets, yeah.
Okay.
Yes, come up with something interesting this time.
Yeah.
And do try to return them in one piece, Agent Parks.
All right, perfect. Then let's do the same for Dr. Olivia White. How do you know Vincent and Ronan?
So I kind of, you can say no, Johnny, but I kind of like the idea that Vincent and Olivia are just buddies. You get along well when it's time to relax after all the monsters have been dealt with.
If you approve, I think that it's like Olivia has like really good taste in bourbon. And we've bonded over that. Or no, hang on. Because of who Vincent Steele, it'd be Scotch.
Okay.
Can I make a possible compromise?
Sure.
Vincent taught Olivia to like Scotch. I think she's not a drinker, but I think you're just kind of like, no, you need to get out of the office. Like, she was working late, and he was just kind of like, why are you here? And like dragged her out to like bars, and was just very like
So
nervous with like a drink, like holding like a mug and just being like, and just like, dude, loosen up.
So for Vincent, Olivia is the moral compass, and for Olivia, Vincent is precisely the opposite.
Yes, like Olivia needs to loosen up, and
Yeah.
Vincent needs to.
Cute.
To straighten up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. And then how about for Ronan?
I think that they were there when my career changed from scientist to action scientist.
Okay.
I feel like I maybe like tagged along on on Ronan's missions. Mm-hmm. Like it was kind of like a test, and maybe he was my
Proctor.
okay. Yeah, you're good. You can be promoted.
Yeah.
Yes, Proctor.
I think that makes sense. I mean, yeah, that's essentially how I would have come in contact with you and stuff on the gadgets for the mission and stuff. So it makes sense.
I like that this is putting Ronan in kind of a like position of being in charge of the experimental outreach program for CISRA. Okay, you could take this criminal and this weird mechanic chick, but if this goes south, it's your ass, Parks.
I'm not a mechanic. I'm a scientist. I have a doctorate.
All right. Perfect. Well, so that is kind of all that is character creation really entails. It's really quick and simple to actually create it. And I think that with that out of the way, we can actually get into the mission proper. You guys are all currently agents with CISRA, some to varying degrees of trustworthiness, I suppose. There's an ongoing mystery that's happening in a town not too far from here, a town that is quite familiar to our own Vincent MacGill. It is his hometown. It's actually a village called Handfast that you guys need to go check out. There's been a lot of disturbing reports from the town, and you guys are being pulled in to go kind of see what's going on because there's no clear source of what all these disturbances are. There's a lot of different things. I think you guys are pulled in by your guys' handler for this particular case. You guys are working with an Agent Vaughn. That's all that you know to call him is just Vaughn. He is directing you guys to go to the town of Handfast to kind of really see what is going on. I think there's a large kind of military style van that is actually driving you guys to the location. So you guys are en route to the town, and Vaughn is kind of laying out the mission to all of you and driving the car. You guys have a kind of a support personnel named Julia, who is there to really assist you if you guys need any help out in the field. But you guys are driving to Handfast, and I think Vaughn is kind of explaining what has really been happening in Handfast lately. And he kind of just gets into it, and he'll say, well, there's been a lot going on in Handfast. We don't really know. It's bizarre, which is why we're having you guys go in to look at it. There's been things like weird weather anomalies going on throughout the town, one event after the next. There's been floodings, there's been tornadoes, just devastating the farmland all around. It's been pretty bizarre. If that wasn't weird enough on its own, there's been reports of attacks happening every other night for the past week or so. It's not very gruesome, but there's been reports of just a single person walking alone at night and getting a single cut on their body and waking up with no memory of what happened, how they got there, who attacked them, anything like that. There's also been accounts from numerous citizens in the town of just weird things happening. Food spoiling overnight, objects being thrown about the rooms, appliances failing, all sorts of weird malfunctions. There doesn't really seem to be any pattern, so that's why we're calling you guys in.
Vincent, you ever seen anything like this?
No, we used to keep the peace in my day, in our own way.
I think Vaughn just looks at you and is like, right.
I show him my teeth.
Olivia has too many bags around her full of equipment and things. I think Vaughn definitely gave her a look of
Yeah.
Yeah.
literally just had a dolly of bags that she brought and then loaded into the car.
You got a hypoallergenic pillow in there or something?
I didn't pack one. Do you think I need one?
Oh my god.
It was a joke.
I mean, you could never be too sure. I mean, a pillow would be nice, or a gun, or, anything really. This is Julia.
I assumed.
She's got a big black curly hair and just large glasses.
Aw.
Very bubbly.
I guess a hyperallergenic pillow would be helpful if we come across any victims that we need to prop their head up or
Hey,
instead of
Hey. I'm messing with you.
Oh, okay.
Julia starts laughing.
That's really good. That's okay. Yeah. And then gets my phone and types it in hyperallergenic pillow.
I think Ronan just kind of jumps in as everyone's kind of awkwardly laughing. Did you pack any of the gadgets we've been working on to take care of this situation? Just want to make sure that you got the ones that we had talked about.
Yeah. Which one are you specifically looking for?
Oh, just nothing in particular yet. Just wondering if you packed the list.
I mean, it just looks around at the different bags. I packed a lot of things, and I can also try and make you things too. Is there something in particular that you're looking for?
Wait, you're able to make stuff?
Earplugs.
You're able to make stuff outside the lab?
I mean, yeah. And then I'll unzip one, and it's just literally a mishmash of just a bunch of things. There's maybe an engine in there. There's definitely a bicycle tire. There are cords. There are springs. There are circuit boards. It's just looks like someone's tinkering shop, but in a bag.
Well, shit. I wish I would have known that on our previous missions.
I think I'll reach in and pick out one of the springs and be like, thank God, now we can go downstairs alone or in pairs, and throw it back into the bag.
Oh no, you're thinking of slinkies. The springs and slinkies are different. People get those confused a lot.
Oh, do they?
Yeah, well, slinkies, they're much more compact.
Uh-huh.
And they're a lot longer.
Vincent?
But then springs are thicker metal, the coil is thicker.
I want to see where she's going with this.
I think Vaughn just rolls his eyes and crosses his arms. Is as thrilling as this all is, you guys do have a mission to attend to.
How far are we from the LZ?
We're probably about, he looks at his watch, 5 minutes out. I've got some matters to attend to elsewhere, but Julia will be here if you guys need anything. She'll be just outside town if you need to regroup. You can head to the car.
Any words of advice before we head out on this one?
Well, you're the agent. Investigate.
Enough said.
Lauren, can you remind me, what was the last anomaly after the single cut thing?
Yeah, so I'll read through them all again just so that you have them really clear. So the first one is one unusual weather event after another, a summer heat wave, a tornado, flooding, just all over the place in terms of weather events. A spate of attacks in which a person alone at night was beaten and suffered a single cut, but can remember nothing about the event or their attacker. This has happened 4 times over the past week or so. Accounts from a number of homes in town of food spoiling overnight, knives being blunted, objects being thrown about, and appliances failing.
Knives being blunted, that sounds kind of safe.
Yeah, maybe it's like a nice demon or something, do you think?
I mean, if it was a nice demon, they wouldn't be spoiling their food.
Oh, that's a good point.
As we're driving up, do we notice anything abnormal immediately, or does everything just kind of look normal?
Why don't you roll plus sharp to investigate a mystery for me?
Ooh, first roll of the night.
I want to roll help out because I want to know if things have changed around
Sure.
here. Never mind.
I got a 9.
So, hey, Johnny, what'd you roll?
It's a 5.
Oh, bud.
Okay, well, mark experience.
Has that silo always been there?
Oh, my God. I think what happens is Ronan is like trying to get a scope of the town. As you guys are drawing it, there's a sign of the town that has some information on it as you guys are driving in. But I think Vincent, you are like, oh, has that silo always been there? And you lean totally in his way.
Vincent,
And you can't really see, and you have to kind of push him out of the way. And I think you're just able to barely see established in 1622.
This is out of character. It's going to be witches, isn't it?
That's an interesting question. I think as you guys kind of pull up just outside the town, it's a small town. This is like a village-sized town. There's maybe like 1,000 or so people that live in the town. It's small. It is a very old style town. I mean, if you want to use comparisons, think like Salem, Massachusetts.
Yeah.
It's an old like New England style town.
I mean, established 1622. It's been here for a while. It's got to be on the East Coast. Plus, I mean, look at me.
Yeah, okay. So you guys are kind of pull off to just outside of the town, and I think Vaughn kind of piles out of the van with, I'm assuming, the rest of you. Julia stays in, and she's kind of just taken down some notes for herself, and it's kind of like patched into like some sort of comms, it looks like, and is talking back to the home base. And Vaughn actually gets out. There's another smaller like town car that is waiting there, and Vaughn kind of straightens his suit jacket and says, like I said, I've got matters I've got to deal with, but you guys should have this under control. And I think he looks to Ronan. I'm leaving these others in your command. Is that clear, Agent Parks?
Understood.
Great. Well, good luck. And he will head off to the town car that is waiting for him and drive away.
I'm going to look at Ronan and say, all right, it's your show, cowboy.
Do you think you could carry this, Vincent? And like Olivia's gonna like hand you one of her duffel bags.
He'll throw it over his shoulder without a word.
To Vincent, I think I look at him just with like, half open eyes. Yeehaw. All right, now. And then what is our immediate surroundings?
So you guys are kind of pulled off, I think, just outside of town. You guys are kind of near like the forest's edge, I would say. And so there's not really anybody immediately around in your surroundings, but there is a path, it looks like, into town that you guys could follow that would head into the main kind of thoroughfare of town.
Do we get to keep the van?
Julia is in there, and so she's going to stay there, posted out there, so that you guys can have a local contact. Comms are kind of weird, just because there's not a lot of Wi-Fi in this area. So she's going to just be kind of a local ping for you guys, and she can report back to base if she needs to.
Okay, so we should consider the van to be stationary.
Yes.
As like
That's our communication point.
If you need to drive anywhere outside of town, you could for sure take the van somewhere outside of town if you need to. But
Fair.
The town is small enough you really won't have to be driving around anywhere far. Most stuff is within walking distance.
Okay. It pleases me to imagine that there are like posts or something that are like lifting the van up a little bit such that its wheels aren't touching the ground anymore, and there are like dozens of antennas, and it literally kind of transforms into a mini base.
Absolutely.
Sorry guys, I can't stop being a keeper. So
Just like as we look into the city, is there any buildings of significance that we feel, well, I mean, I guess we'll decide what we feel like we should check out, but is there anything that looks extremely old or just out of place or large or of interest?
Oh, you want to see the town? Julia says. And I think she like pulls down like what looks like blinds, but it's just a screen. And then she like taps like some buttons, and then it just like lights up in a display, and it shows the map of the town or the village as it is. As far as points of interest, why doesn't someone roll investigate a mystery? And if anybody wants to help out, they can.
I'll help out.
yeah, you do it.
9 again.
10.
Okay, so then your investigate becomes a 10 with Olivia's help out. So I think she kind of is, you're kind of looking around at some of the outlying stuff, but then she's like, oh, but what about this? And points to a couple of more notable looking buildings and says, oh, that's what that symbol means. Okay, got it.
Did you even look at the key?
Exactly. Why don't you actually ask what your questions? Because you get 2 questions with that roll. I think you were wondering if there was any notable spots. Do you want to?
Is there any like historical places or places of significance?
So the whole town is sort of almost like a tourist trap. So the whole town has like historical significance really. So there's not like any big like, oh, go here, but there is like a town hall. There is a local tavern that seems like it's pretty well trafficked. There is a newspaper called the Handfast Herald. There's a building for that. Several, like a row of houses where the local people are living, which is where they've kind of identified a lot of the weird anomalies, like the food being spoiled and stuff. They've kind of circled on the map where some of those are, and that's mostly been in the homes themselves.
Okay.
There's also a children's park. There's a couple of spots that they've also circled that are where some of like the weather anomalies have been, the tornado wreckage, things like that.
I want to ask a question for which I am prepared to roll.
Okay.
Is Skeeter's still open?
Oh my god. It's called the Crown Tavern now. They rebranded since you've been there a bit to really go with that whole tourist vibe. They wanted to really rein in a more historical sounding name, so they rebranded Skeeter's to the Crown Tavern. But that is definitely one of your old haunts. That's where you would totally go to relax.
1-lane bowling alley, towny bar, the only decent homebrew for 50 miles.
Oh my god, Johnny.
Lauren's just going to reel that name back in.
But that is on the same. You notice that Skeeter's is now named the Crown Tavern.
Time does march on.
Yes. All right, you still have one more question, John.
Yes. Where would we be able to find the most information out of all these places that you listed? Or can I not ask that question?
I think you're kind of almost musing this out loud. And I think Julia is like, well, I would maybe start where the attacks happened. Or maybe like those people's houses that got, messed up. If there's something magical that happened there, that's probably a good place to start. Or, you could try talking to the cops. The cops usually have lots of information, but sometimes they don't want to talk to you. Or maybe...
I think we should start where the attacks are, because that seems like the most threatening.
I'm super interested in the spot of the tornado and like these weather anomalies.
That's great. And we will get there. But first, I think we need to assess the dangerous situations.
Are you trying to pull rank?
Hell yeah.
Why don't you roll act under pressure for me? Actually, no, manipulate someone.
Vincent, I think, is going to find something to lean against it. The door of the van, back against the van, looking out against the trees, just basically being like, if Skeeter's is shut, I don't care where we go.
I rolled a 10 on that one.
Okay, so then, Dr. Olivia, you will take mark experience if you do as Ronan says, and you will also, I think, get +1 to do it. Yeah.
Yeah. No, yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah, no, you're right.
Don't worry about it. We need to check out all these places, but
No, I'm not worried. You're totally right, Agent Parks.
All right. So, and you wanted to search where, Ronan?
where the attacks were. I think we start walking towards that location down the road.
Okay. I think as you guys are heading out, Julia kind of like goes to like go close the door of the van, and she's like, "Goodbye, good luck, don't die, okay?" And then closes it shut.
Well, that's just good advice. He'll heft the duffel bag on his shoulder.
Olivia like heaves the other 4 duffel bags onto herself.
And I think Ronan just kind of puffs his jacket a little bit and then starts walking. Hey, Olivia, need help with any of those?
I am loving the image of enormous Vincent carrying 1 bag and teeny tiny Olivia carrying 4.
She's definitely doing the thing where she turned one into like a backpack.
Oh, yep.
And then like just somehow
Shoulder,
managed
shoulder,
to like comfortably
of
carry
elbow.
the other one. Yeah.
I think Ronan's gonna see that you're like struggling a little bit. Do you need it? Do you need help?
No, I'm fine. No. I do this all the time.
Vincent would carry 1 if asked, but he's not going to offer.
Mm-hmm.
Vincent, can you help her out?
I'll look at Olivia like,
You'll get a star
You
on
good?
the board. Just kidding.
Yeah, no, I've got this is fine. And just adjusts.
she's got it, Cap. And keep walking.
All right, but if you fall behind, I'm helping you.
I'm fine.
What a threat.
If you fall behind, I'm going to help you out.
Oh, just you wait. He's got your number. All right, onward to the row houses.
Jesus Christ.
All right. So yeah, you guys make your way into town, and it definitely is like a very 17th century looking architecture. There is a lot of almost like kind of fairy tale style buildings, really steepled roofs, and old wooden and like brick buildings that you guys are walking through. It's almost like you've been like transported in time.
Point of clarification. What time of day is it?
I would say that this is like about noon. Yeah, so it's still earlier in the day.
Weather is clear and everything.
Yep, everything's pretty normal.
I'm really confused about something. Vincent, you're from here?
Oh, here we go.
I don't. How?
Well, when a man and a woman love each other very
No,
much.
I know. I'm a scientist, but like, how did this? And like, Olivia
I'm
points
a
to one of the
scientist.
fairy tale houses turn into that, and she points at you with your like studded jacket and black on black.
Well, the thing about a big fish in a small pond, sometimes you got to go find the ocean.
So what happened?
Rose in the ranks, took over this fucking town and took off for greener pastures.
Interesting.
I mean, it hasn't been that long, but, you play the hand you're dealt,
I guess.
And I'm going to, like, point at a house as we're kind of walking by it and be like, see, might not look like much now, but in my day, that place was owned by old man McGillicuddy. He had
Yeah.
You and your names.
eccentric, old, dumb, blind as a bat, generations in oil. You know what he loved to collect? Art. You know what he never noticed was missing? Art.
Why didn't he notice his art?
I think Ronan is going to jump in. Hey, Olivia, do you got any technology with you that allows us to kind of check, scan any of these buildings?
I was right in the middle of a story.
Yeah. Hold on. And Olivia's gonna drop 2 of the duffel bags, unzip one of them, dig around for like a minute. I put it in here somewhere. I know I did. Vincent, can I have your bag, please?
He'll dangle it out to you on a single finger.
Oh, she'll unzip it. Ah, there it is.
We're just in a pile in the middle of the road
I was just
now.
going to say, I think as you guys are doing this whole thing, you see a couple people walking by, and one of them just kind of eyes you narrowly, like as they're walking by, and they're just like, tourists.
I'll salute shittily.
Yeah.
I'm going to pull out a device.
Okay. What is this device? Would you like to roll science?
Yeah.
I think you mean science!
Science!
Does that gadget need to be applied to what I had asked for with like scanning things, or am I just saying like, do you have something to help with the situation?
So you're asking if she has something to help with the situation, and I think Olivia gets to determine what this device would be. So let's refresh ourselves on weird science. When you create or adapt a device to analyze or deal with strangeness, say what it will do and roll plus weird. So, but for you get to roll plus sharp because you are the action scientist. So what do you want this device to do?
What are you wanting it to scan exactly?
I really just scan the area to see if there's any abnormalities, or as they say in this world, quantum abnormalities.
Yeah, so...
Scan for magic.
He means magic
I'm going
shit.
to...
I'm deciding that Vincent has no patience for this quantum abnormalities shit.
You're on payroll to say it like that.
Last I checked, this was America.
So you want this to be able to scan for like magic related things, almost like a Geiger counter.
Almost like I was gonna say a Geiger counter is probably
I want
the
it
closest
to
to what I'm
scan
thinking of.
for quantum abnormalities. So I rolled an 8, which I get to pick one requirement and the keeper gets to pick one requirement. I think that it requires a huge amount of power or fuel.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and then the other requirement, I'm going to say, I think I'm going to choose it won't work exactly as you intended. So then with your move that you have, I believe you, regardless of the roll, regardless of the result, you may remove your choice of one of the requirements after they've all been determined. So say how you figured out a way around that requirement.
No shit.
Would you allow me that the huge amount of power or fuel is like a easy to get item?
So yeah, I think we can remove that requirement. So you're able to power this thing. I think you have some batteries that you maybe are able to repurpose from what you're used for. I think one of your weapons, but I think that's totally fine. But it might not behave exactly the way that you want it to.
Okay.
But you have an item that you can use to scan for quantum abnormalities.
So Olivia pulls out this like thing that is the shape and size of like one of those wide seat bicycle seats, but it has like two knobs and it has like a scanner that when it's turned on, it just bounces like back and forth.
Like
and
a
it's
metronome?
kind of like a metronome, but then like also like when it goes over, if there's any quantum abnormalities, it like beeps like a sonar. And then below on like the wide part, there is like a laminated, glued in instructions on how to use it.
Oh my god.
Oh god. Anything interesting about the instructions that we should know about?
It's handwritten. And there's like a little bit of a diagram of like, so like there's a person that looks like that they're holding this device. Like it's all like profile, and then like a little bit away from them is like a regular person kind of thing. And then like it kind of says like what like image or whatever will show up if it's like a non-quantum abnormality.
Like a speaker with no sound waves?
Well, then below that though, it's like the same like person's holding this like thing, but then like across from them is like something with like wings and just like a really crazy, like almost like high school kid kind of drawing-esque monstery thing. And then it also like explains what kind of like images might show up on the scanner.
I think I'm gonna like lean over your shoulder and be like, "It's really impressive that you were able to put this together at age 15."
What?
Don't worry about it.
I think Ronan just leans over and smacks him in the back of the head and keeps walking.
That makes sense.
So Olivia's going to hand this to Ronan. So this here is a QA checker. There's some instructions there that I've included on the device on like how to use it. If you have any questions or if anything malfunctions on it, just let me know. And then like I will pack everything that I had pulled out back into like the duffel bag and zip it up and like hand it back to you, Vincent. It might be a little bit heavier than when you had first picked it up.
I won't notice.
And then I will put my stuff.
Yes, this might work. I think Ronan's going to take the device and start kind of wielding it, kind of moving it from left to right.
Not so fast, not so fast. Slower.
What?
Slower.
Oh.
You have to like give it time to scan the area.
Gotcha.
Make love to the scanner, Ronan.
He's just going to ignore you. So yeah, I guess I slow down, and as we're walking towards the area of the attack, how far are we from that location?
So you guys, I'm gonna say you're gonna have to go kind of out of Main Street, and you have to go to kind of like a side alley to where the attack actually was.
Don't go down
Dark alleyways. It is midday, so you're fine.
Okay.
But
And there's no one in there saying, hey, come over, look at this.
No one's selling an organ.
But the attack kind of happened down a side street, just a couple of blocks from where you guys are right now. At least the most recent attack. There were, remember, there's been 4 total over the past week, and it's been happening every other night.
Okay. Around this area where the attacks are, is there any like security setups or anything? Is there any foot traffic around these areas that might look like they are investigating like the local police or something like that? Or
So I think there is like probably some police tape kind of cordoning off the area in this particular location. This was the most recent attack, so it is, I think, still being investigated. And I do think you see a man who looks maybe like he's about 40 years old, kind of crouched down, looking at the ground and kind of trying to take some pictures or whatever of the scene.
I have 2 questions.
Yes.
One, it's every other night. What were the days and dates? Was it like Monday, Wednesday, Friday? Was it even dates or odd dates? Is that something that we know?
So you do know that if the pattern holds true, that tonight would be another attack.
Okay.
It was last night there was not an attack, but the night before there was.
Okay. Question 2, do I know this guy?
Why don't you roll? Read a bad situation.
Happily. Vincent, you're doing me dirty.
Well, what'd you roll, Johnny?
That's kind of a weird question. Mm-hmm. That's a 4.
Oh boy. Okay. Why don't you mark experience?
Johnny, have your dice played this game before?
Honestly, no, not in a long time at the very least.
So I think as you're like trying to get a peek at this guy and whether or not you recognize him, I think you unintentionally kind of make a huge racket because you're trying to do it kind of a little stealthily, and it draws his attention.
Okay.
And he turns and he looks at you, and he's kind of on guard a second just because of the loudness of, I think you like full on like stepped into like a trash can or something. So it's just it just like clatters into the ground.
Son of a
yeah.
frick! Son of a fragging.
Yeah.
Hi.
Yeah, and I think the guy whirls on you, and he's kind of like almost had his hand like at his side, like ready to almost draw like a weapon or something.
I think Ronan sees that, and he immediately just says, "Oh, Vincent, pull yourself together."
And then I think the guy gets a look on his face, and he looks at you, and he goes, "No, Vinny," and just,
oh my god.
Vinny MacGill, is that you?
So do I know him?
Why don't I think it takes you a second.
Who is
but,
this guy?
You recognize he's quite a bit older from the last time that you've been in town. You probably haven't been home in over 10 years. Probably longer, honestly. This guy's a few years younger than you. He's probably about 40. You're in your like mid 40s.
Mid 40s, yeah.
So he's probably about 5 years younger or so from you. He's slightly balding now. He's got a little bit of a pot belly. But this is the town police. This is the only police that is in the town. But this would be Officer Ed Turner. You called him Eddie when you were growing up, and he was kind of
course I
he was
did.
kind of always following you around. He was he really look up to you, I think, because you're
fanboy.
He's a little bit of a fanboy of you.
Oh,
Cute.
wait, you guys know each other?
With the name Ed Turner, I want to say I called him Dizzy Eddie.
Okay. All right, we go with that.
No shit. Dizzy Eddie, you got a job now?
Yeah, going on, oh God, has it been that long? It's been about like 20 years almost now that I've been in the force. What are you doing home?
Shoot a look back at Ronan. Kinda got a new job myself.
No shit, what you doing these days?
Why don't you tell me a little bit about what you're taking pictures of?
I don't know. I mean, this is just the there's been some weird pranks going on, people getting attacked. I think it's just some kids or something getting riled up. But this is just a latest attack that happened, I don't know, punks.
How about those attacks?
What was he looking at? Like, can I just have dropped my duffel bags and pulled out, like, forensic kit and just, like, scraping whatever they might be looking at?
You're gonna have to roll act under pressure to do that if you're trying to do it secretly.
No, I'm not.
I was gonna say,
Okay.
I think Ronan's gonna be like, hold.
Yeah, I also really want to like hold up my hand to Ronan to tell him not to talk to this guy until I'm done with this conversation.
And I think I get it, and I'm like, okay, I'll give you your space. But then I see her doing that, so I'm like, wait, Olivia.
I think he sees you starting to like scrape up stuff or whatever if you're gonna start investigating the scene, and he's like, oh, I'm sorry, ma'am, this is a crime scene. What are you doing?
We're just she collects things.
I understand that, but this is an ongoing police investigation. You're gonna have to tell me what exactly you folk are doing.
Okay, hold on.
I'm gonna walk up to Eddie. I'm gonna tower over him.
Okay. Okay, bud. Hey there.
And I'm gonna say, this is and like nod back at Olivia and Ronan. This is my new job, buddy.
Are you in the mafia or something? I'm confused.
I'm gonna like dig into my studded leather jacket and pull out my CISRA badge or insignia and be like, that's what I'm trying to tell you, Dizzy Eddie. This wasn't punks.
And I think Ronan lets out a sigh, and he just like gets up from helping kind of shield Olivia a little bit and kind of nods, and then comes forward.
Olivia goes back to what she was doing.
Yep.
Officer Turner will take the badge and look it over and be like, no shit, you're working with the government?
It's not as fancy as all that. I'll snatch it back from him.
Wow. Who knew? Who knew that little Vinny would turn into
Take it easy with the little
government agent? So, I mean, Big Vinny, whatever. Look.
So we'll cut straight to the chase. Can you help us out here? What are you guys dealing with?
Well, I'm gonna need somebody to roll manipulate someone.
Not it.
I would allow you, Johnny, to roll plus tough.
Oh, with tough, I'm gonna do it
because you did intimidate. If you want to help out, you can, John.
Fucking finally. That's an 11.
Beautiful. Okay.
10.
Okay. So that becomes a 12. Still the same result because you don't have advanced moves yet.
I'm not used to this.
Don't remind me.
I think with a little bit of your intimidation that you used, I think he believes that you are with somebody of authority, and so he will listen to what you have to say, and he will work with you guys. So Officer Turner will kind of just gesture to the scene behind him that Olivia is currently going through and kind of inspecting. It says, well, we've had a couple of attacks the last couple nights. I really just think it's some college kids or something going too far and just playing pranks. But, yeah, we had a couple people coming home at night and just getting attacked by themselves out at, I don't know, all over the town. This was just the most recent attack, but it happened over by the park the other day. It happened over by somebody else's house the other day, right behind the bar the other night, all over the place. No rhyme or reason, really, but nobody remembers what happened. They claim that they just woke up, beaten up, and had a cut on their arms. And
word on the street is this has been happening every other day?
Yep, every other night. Come to think of it, tonight probably be the next attack.
Is there anything significant about every other day, or?
No. It's just every other day.
I mean, a broken clock, etc., etc. I got 2 questions for you, Diz.
It's. I mean, you grew up here. Nothing bad ever happens here. The town has been pretty peaceful for the most part. I mean, especially since you left. Maybe
since I took off.
Maybe it has something to do with you being home, eh? You always did cause trouble.
So first of all, these cuts, they got anything in common? Same place? Same?
No, not really. Just one single cut. Some people had it on their left arm, others on their right.
Deep, long, bloody? What can you tell me?
I mean, yeah, it drew blood, but not anything to really, cause a huge concern. Just
not even a scar, huh?
Oh, probably not a scar. No, it'd heal up just fine.
If you get some Neosporin on it, I suppose.
That's why I'm saying it's probably just some hoodlums.
Okay.
You said beaten up as well, like just bruises everywhere, or?
Yeah, like somebody gave him a good punch or two, and then cut him. I don't know. Seems weird. Maybe it's like a gang or cult. I don't know. Kids these days.
Can we speak to one of these individuals?
One of the victims? You'd have to go find them. They're kind of all over town. Some of them might be in the Crown Tavern, but I'm not really supposed to release information. But you are with the cops, or at least the government.
Come on, Diz. It's me.
Well, shit. I never could turn you down, Vinny.
I'm gonna muss his thinning hair.
I think Ronan goes, "We'll make it worth your while too," and slides him just like flashes a little bit of cash.
Oh, no, I don't take no bribes. What is this?
Yeah, get out of here, and I'll snatch the cash away from Ronan and stuff it in my pocket.
Hey, he's well financed. He's trying something.
He's a man of honor.
He will say that you could try talking to some of the victims. A lot of them are pretty frequent patrons of the Crown Tavern, or as Vinny used to call it, what was it?
That was my second question for Diz. What happened to Skeeters, man?
I don't know. I think they, town management wanted to call it something a little bit more marketable for the tourists, so they renamed it. Pretty lame, if you ask me, but...
Is that the only place for townies to hang out now?
Pretty much. I mean, some of the kids like to hang out at the teens like to hang out at the playground, but that's their own thing. I don't know.
Excuse me, Officer Turner, was it? Could I ask you, so, I've heard about this lovely town. When is your tourist season?
Really all times of the year. I mean, it's busiest usually during the summer just because the weather's a little nicer up here. But really any time of the year people come.
But all the people who were harmed were locals?
Oh yeah, people who've lived here. And he will talk about the victims, the ones that he will mention that you can talk to that will probably be in the bar. You could talk to an Alice Rigsdale. She's a hoot and a half. She's a really chatty girl, but she's usually in the bar. You could probably find her. She's pretty easy to talk to, would be willing to talk about this stuff. There's Christopher Prower, bit of a drunk, but if you get him talking, give him beer, he'd probably be willing to answer any questions for you. There's Constance Hopkins, and then Frank Gardner. He's a little fancy, always drinking cocktails.
Well, I think maybe we go pay the bar a visit.
Before we do that, I believe Olivia wanted to investigate the scene here.
Heck yeah.
Anything coming up, Olivia?
7.
Okay, so you get one question. What would you like to ask?
What is being concealed here?
So I think earlier Ronan had asked if there was maybe any cameras in this alleyway. I think you actually notice as you're kind of doing a scan that there actually is a camera pointing in this alleyway. You ask Officer Turner if there is any footage from the scene, and he'll actually pull out his phone where he has the footage that he pulls out, and he says, "I've been looking this over and over, and it doesn't really make any sense, but have at it." And he hands you his phone. and I think you can see some footage of this alleyway from 2 nights ago. There is a man walking down the alleyway, just bringing home a bag of groceries, it looks like. And then there seems to be a cloud of like shadows kind of moving towards the figure, or towards the man. And then you really don't see what happens. He just gets engulfed by this shadow, and then the shadow moves away out of the camera, and the man is just there unconscious with a cut on his arm. And that is what's being concealed here.
Olivia will plug in a cord from his phone to her phone and download the footage.
Is it possible to radio back to the vehicle and see if we can have somebody at the agency look into the victims and see if there's any like consistencies between all of them?
What, do you want to roll a deal with the agency?
Is that something I can do with deal with the agency?
Yes,
That's the move.
That is the move.
Right.
If you want to get some help in the field, you can call them.
9.
What's your 9? Okay.
6 and 4.
Not bad.
So that means, let me pull it up. I think you get what you want, but you might have a little bit of backlash. So who are you wanting to call? Are you wanting to call Julia, or do you want to call Vaughn? Who do you want to call?
I think I want to maybe call Julia, since she seems very eager to help. Hey, Julia, got a second?
Yeah. Agent Parks, what can I do for you, sir?
Yeah, that's right, sir.
Oh my god.
No, I think that is literally him just being like, because I think he just got promoted to this role, so he's just like a little new to it. He's like, sir, that's
Yeah,
right.
Vincent is still going to give you shit for it, Captain Cowboy.
Yeehaw. Can you look up these names real quick? And I think he's going to list off the names that you listed: Alice, Frank, Christopher. Can you just see if there's any relation between any of these individuals? These are our victims of the recent attacks, and we just need to be sure, or just check them out and see if there's anything that's weird.
How did you spell that last name again?
HOPKINS Hopkins.
Oh, Hopkins. Oh, okay, sorry. I thought you said something completely different.
Not napkins.
Okay,
not
okay,
napkins,
great.
Hopkins.
Thanks for clearing that up. So you're looking for you need us to pull some information on some citizens?
These are the victims of the recent attacks that happened in this town. We're basically looking for some information to connect them all.
Okay. So, I need to report this then anytime we do sort of like a civilian kind of information poll. We have to request prior authorization. So I'm going to have to go back and get that. But I am on it. We will do this. How did you get those names, by the way?
We had a point of information here that we came across that we didn't know that we were going to have. So things are in our favor right now.
We've been interfacing with the local constabulary.
Did you tell somebody that you were that were here or something?
No. It's a friend of Vincent.
Roll manipulate.
He gave us some insight.
Are we not supposed to say that we're here?
Even if we were, Vincent wouldn't give a shit.
9.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I mean, if you really need to tell people that we're here, that's fine. But, I mean, we're kind of supposed to be, like, secret agents. So, like, maybe don't go, like, telling everybody that we're here. That's just kind of good policy. But, you know.
I understand. There was a tight situation for a brief moment, and then Vincent shared some information. So
you look over at Vincent, who is flipping his CISRA badge around like he's twirling a gun like a cowboy.
Olivia for sure has hers like clipped to her her jumpsuit.
We will keep this under wraps.
Gotcha. Okay, great. I will get back to you in a jiffy. Bye.
She's gonna hang up. She's gonna have to take some time to run those names through.
All right. To the bar?
You know, I'm not usually one to turn down a drink, but as I see it, we've got some
You're
more
on the job. Let's go.
We've got some more compelling options. I have a counter offer.
Go ahead.
I wonder if we do the same thing, bring the reader to the place with the weather anomalies, or
QA checker.
Excuse me?
The QA checker.
It's a QA checker.
Quantum anomaly checker.
Yeah. The magic dowser. To bring that to where the weather anomalies were, or go to the newspaper.
Maybe let's check out the other sites first. Gather all the information and then question the people.
Yeah. My thought is to sort of interface with people who might have a different, not illegal, but not only legal interest in what's going on here. Mm-hmm. Talk to a reporter.
Are you talking about the newspaper?
Yeah.
Oh.
You know what? You're right. Let's check that out. We got time.
Yeah, I used to spend time with one of the reporters there.
What do you mean?
God damn it,
You know what
Johnny.
I mean.
How so?
Is this a romantic endeavor that you're looking to further on this mission?
Is there somebody that we're supposed to avoid?
I wouldn't say romantic. I mean, it's casual.
How casual?
Very casual. Wink.
I'm starting to reconsider this option.
See, I interpret very casual as, like, romantic.
Fine, weather anomalies it is. Let's go.
Everybody gets one. Let's go.
All right. So you guys want to go to the weather anomalies?
We're going to the weather anomalies, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay.
Olivia is definitely, like, face down, scrolling constantly back and forth through the footage on her phone.
Which I think means that Vincent likely has to grab you bodily by the shoulders to turn you when we turn.
Yeah, I think you're maybe casually, like, pushing me out of the way of, like, any, like, stop signs or holes in the ground. Would you let me investigate a mystery on this footage?
On the footage that you inspected? Yes. Go ahead.
Sounded like there's a
I
butt
felt
that was
a butt
coming
coming.
after that. Yeah. That's gonna be a 5.
Okay, that is a failure. So mark experience. I think you're getting really frustrated because the shadows that are in the footage are not. You can't see anything, and you're wondering. You think maybe it's like some sort of technical interference, and so you're starting to mess with the code of it.
I'm trying to brighten it, change the exposure, maybe make like the tint a different color.
And you like save over it.
Yeah, and then you.
Oh, no.
And then
Don't give her ideas.
I was going to say, and then you end up accidentally altering the footage in your attempt to try to adjust it. So
No.
you lose a good chunk of the fight.
Olivia, what did you just do? What happened?
I can fix this. It'll be fine. I'll fix this.
You can fix this. What happened?
I'm gonna roll weird science to try and fix this.
What would your device be?
Some sort of app to try. I
don't know if this is
like
a weird science move. This is maybe more of like an act under pressure or a...
I'll act under pressure.
Okay.
I have a doctorate.
All right. If you act under pressure, just know that if it might go worse if you don't roll well.
Can I roll help out?
How would you help out?
I want to literally look for a revert button in this app.
Okay. I will allow you to roll help out.
I rolled a 9.
Which makes my 9 a 10.
Okay. So I do think you are able to go back through the app's history and you are able to restore to an earlier version. And you get the footage back.
Okay. Alright. Before I mess with this any further, I am going to forward it to Julia.
Okay. Yeah, I think it sends and sends the message away.
I also send a smiley face to her.
I think she sends back like that excited face that's like slightly open mouth ah.
Oh my god.
I send her one of the zombie emojis as a joke.
Oh my god.
Cute. All right. So, you guys are going to check out the weather anomalies.
Weather anomalies. Because everybody gets one.
Everybody gets one. One and done. Okay, so you guys start heading out of this alleyway and kind of heading out to where the wreckage is, and it's a little bit out of town. You have to kind of pass through a couple of other spots through town. And I think as you're kind of walking along the road to get there, you kind of hear, see different groups of families kind of walking about their day, doing their business. You kind of hear some random conversations of people saying, "Are you fucking kidding me? This is the third time this week. Did you do something, Anthony?" You hear like a woman shouting you can hear her shouts going out into the streets. She's shouting from outside of her house. "Where did my knives go?"
Can I walk a little bit close to that building?
Yeah, I was going to say, how far are we away from this?
You guys are like approaching. Like this building is maybe like a couple doors down from where you are right now.
Do you know who lives in that house?
Do I?
You can roll investigate a mystery if you'd like.
Can I help out? Like, is there like a last name on like the mailbox or something?
I'd allow it.
Ooh, 12.
Wow.
Good that it's a 7.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the Gilcrasts. And then whatever you say it actually is, I'll be like, oh yeah, it's them.
It's the Gilberts.
Gilberts, totally.
So I think you know of the Gilberts, but you probably haven't been home in like 15 years. The Gilberts that you knew when you lived here were very, very old. This person doesn't sound old, so might not be the same Gilberts that you know. Maybe a younger son or something, or daughter.
I am going to walk towards the door as though to knock on it to see whether Ronan stops me.
Is this another one? And I think he's going to see you go past him and he's be like, is this someone else you know?
No, they're shouting about our shit.
Yeah, but we can't just...
Okay. Investigate this? Yes, we can.
Yeah, we can, but just slow down, man.
And then I will comically slowly walk up the steps to the door and go knock.
I think he's gonna walk past or walk up to you and just like, I think he got a little gadget from Olivia that zaps people and just zaps you a little bit like, stop it.
Roll act under pressure, please.
That is not why I gave you that device.
6.
Mark experience. I think what happens is that more or less you try to do that. You try to shock him. Vincent sees it coming, turns it back, and it shocks you.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
And a little bit more than you were intending because Vincent is not playing games.
Son of a bitch.
No, Agent Parks. That is not why I gave you that device. And Olivia will hold out her hand for it back.
I feel like, based on what you were telling me that device does, Agent Parks cannot hand it back to you at the moment.
Yeah,
I feel like he
might go for it, but it's just like
stationary.
I was gonna say it's
tingly hands.
My I can't even hold the damn thing. I just say take it, and then I keep walking.
Yeah, I'll take it back. Shove it into one of my duffel bags.
Knock, knock, knock.
I think you hear some commotion inside as like a woman is just kind of like frantically like, "Where are Anthony?" And then she goes to the door and just like pulls it open. "Are you? Oh, who are you?"
As it happens, I'm a traveling knife salesman, and I couldn't help but hear your family's woes as I walked past.
Manipulate someone.
Can I do this plus tough?
You are not using intimidation, so no.
That's... 11!
Wow.
I rolled double sixes, which is the only possible way I could have done that.
Okay. Wow.
My
Who knew
winning
you were
smile
such a
with
good liar.
Definitely fake teeth.
So you say this to this woman, and she says, "A traveling salesman in Handfast? Whatever. The day I've had. Do you know where my knives have gone?"
Well, as I understand it, it shouldn't be quite so surprising that I am here in Handfast because your town has become something of a hotbed for people purchasing new knives.
Yeah, I've heard there's been some other folks who've been having this same sort of issues, food spoiling, whatever. It's been weird. Stuff like this never happens, and all of a sudden, over this last week or so, it's just been apeshit.
Now, I am a traveling businessman at my core, but first and foremost, I like to think of myself as a problem solver.
Can you get me my knives?
Well, I can get you some knives, or I can get you your knives. Why don't we, and I'm just going to walk inside. Why don't we take a look, and why don't you walk me through kind of what happened and see if we can't figure out, if I can't make a sale, I'd like to make a friend.
Oh my god, I want to kill you.
At the end of this, I promise, if we can't find your knives, boy, do I have a deal for you. But I bet, I look around here, is Anthony someone who could be an Anthony within eyeshot?
I think you see a little boy kind of like poking his head around the corner.
I want to point at him and go, Anthony? Question mark? Look at her, look at him.
Yes, this one is Anthony, and he has been really acting out lately. You didn't steal Mommy's knives, did you? And he just like shakes his head.
That's an honest shake, and I ought to know. Knives is my business, sales is lies. I don't think that boy did anything with your knives. I think there's something else going on here, and I think between the two of us, I bet we can figure it out. And if we can't, I promise you, I have truckloads of knives. The sharpest and finest you've ever seen. They'll be bigger and better than what you've lost.
What, do you want to just do like, are you wanting to do like a demonstration or something? What are you?
I want you to tell me about your knives.
Well, they were here, and she like pulls out like a drawer of like where like cutlery would be.
I want to gesture to Olivia. Come over here, come over here.
Yeah.
Who you have associates?
Oh, this is not a one-man show, madam. I'm sorry. This is one of my engineers.
You like representatives of Cutco?
Cutco, please.
These bags aren't just for show.
And she kind of raises an eyebrow at you. Oh,
We sell knives, right?
Yes, we do.
I see. Well, as I was saying, my knives were in this drawer. They were missing this morning, on top of the food that spoiled the day before, on top of the electronics going out.
Can I use the scanner that I pulled out for Ronan and scan the kitchen?
Yes. Why don't you roll plus sharp?
6.
Oh no.
Or if you had some way to make it just be a 12, maybe that's just like a thing that you can do.
No, I'm not using a luck point to scan a kitchen.
Okay. Then you look at our experience. I think you take it out, and this actually works really well because if you recall, your device does not work exactly as you designed it. So I think you turn it on, and it just goes like beep, like immediately, like just this shrill noise, and it's like piercing to the ear, and it starts like almost like it's like going off the fritz, and it's just getting like a ton of like overwhelmed.
It's like a constant tone of a fire alarm. Olivia will immediately shut it off.
I think the woman looks at you and is like, "Is this part of your standard knife selling process?"
Well, of course.
What the hell was that?
Olivia will look at Vincent.
Well, we need to properly vet the homes that we're bringing our knives into.
If I wasn't clear, this is not, as it happens, part of my normal knife selling process because I don't necessarily need to sell you knives. What we have here is a knife mystery.
Oh, please, a knife mystery. I'm so excited. Please tell me, what is this? Can you solve my problems? Her patience is wearing extremely thin.
That's clear. If I may direct that question to my associate and just send her straight at Ronan. I want to talk to Anthony.
Okay.
Look, we are here to help, and then I think you hear blah, blah, blah.
And I want to like go over to Anthony, and I want to drop down, basically crouch down because I'm enormous. Mm-hmm. Get down as best I can to his level and be like, do you know what happened to those knives?
He just like shrugs.
I know it wasn't you.
Yeah, wasn't me. Stacy said that the same thing happened at her house.
That's Stacy Hopkins?
No.
Stacy Prower?
No.
Stacy Rigsdale?
No.
Stacy Gardner?
No. You're tall.
Thank you.
I think he just like puts his hands on your face.
Touch my face.
Lauren.
Mm-hmm.
Are we assuming that this is taking place in a non-COVID 2022?
Yeah, I would say I will specify that this is summertime, but it is in 2022.
Are there any cameras in the house? Like a Nest camera, security camera?
Why don't you roll read about situation?
And you, as you're glancing around, you kind of hear in the background, you have those types of knives? Oh, those are great. Well, look, I could buy you some new knives.
Bless you for playing along with me, Agent Parks.
9.
Okay, you can ask one question.
So I was kind of wondering either if there's any kind of like residue or if there's like some camera. Because like if there isn't any camera, I want to check out the drawer that the knives were in to see if there are any kind of residue left in it.
Which one?
I want to check out the drawer.
To see if there's any residue?
Yeah.
Okay. I think as Ronan is talking with this woman, Ronan, can you do me a favor and can you roll act under pressure to see how well you keep her engaged while all this is happening?
I'm going to burn a luck point.
Okay. Great. So you are going to burn a luck point, and with the professional, I believe that means I think your mission's going to have a lot more red tape than normal. So
Oh boy.
that is what that means for the professional. But you are able, with the luck point burned though, you are able to keep her engaged just fine and go into this long, lovely spiel about your knife investigation. So, Olivia, you're looking for residue in the drawer. I think you have to maybe get out some sort of like binoculars or something, or some sort of, not binoculars.
Oh, I definitely have like glasses that have several lenses that flip down. And then the other side, it's the kinds of lenses that have lights in it, so it's different filtering.
Mm-hmm. So, yep, I think you are using that and kind of inspecting this drawer very closely, and I think you do find some residue. It looks like some sort of, like, dust.
Can I scrape it into a little test tube and bottle it?
Sure. I think you can do that just fine.
You like scraping things.
I'm a scientist!
Scientists scrape!
Yeah. You gotta take things for analysis for later.
Yeah, I think you're able to get some of that in the vial just fine. Since Ronan is giving you a good distraction, I think you've got plenty of time.
Was there anything else in this drawer?
I mean, there is like some just like normal silverware, I would say as well, but like some of the it does look like the knives are missing. A couple of other like random things might be missing too, or just like out of place. Like it looks like it was maybe like ransacked, rifled through. Yeah.
All the knives are like the
Just some.
good and steak knives.
I was gonna ask, are the butter knives gone?
Yeah, like I think there's like some butter knives missing. I think there's a couple like steak knives. It's not just knives too. I think there's like some like other appliances in there, or some other like
Utensils?
tools in there. Utensils, thank you. There's other utensils in there, like maybe like a large like wooden spoon or something that you might use to stir, that are just missing. One of the knives that you see in there is blunted. It just looks like it just got messed with, like fucked with, honestly.
Can I turn to Ronan and... Did you get this person's name?
No. You just started coming into her house and asking about knives and if you could investigate knives and never asked her name.
And we still got in. Watch and learn, folks.
Excuse me, Miss Gilberts, do you have a first name?
That's not how you ask for someone's name.
Yeah, I do have a first name. Do you? Weird person?
Oh, yes, and I'll stick out my hand. Dr. Olivia White?
Pleasure to meet you.
She is one of our analysts for the knife business that we are running.
Which is called what?
Oh, I hate you. The Cuttery.
The Cuttery.
Mm-hmm.
I see.
Recently established, but
Right.
we have a long history of quality knives.
But not a website. Mm-hmm. So don't feel weird.
So, we're an out-of-town boutique that's looking to profit on the tourism that's here in your fine town. But are you missing
I see.
any other items that you would like replacing?
I mean, the toaster got ruined the other day, Can you fix
Ruined
appliances
how?
too? It just stopped working. I tried turning it on, and then it just almost exploded. It just fried up.
Oh, strange. Did you check the circuit breakers? Like, is your wiring okay?
Do I look like I know how to wire shit?
I'll check it out for you.
I have a question that I want to ask Anthony.
Yes.
So listen, Anthony, my name is Vincent. I used to live around here. As it happens, I might know your friend Stacey's parents. And we might have had some contact. Can you tell me about where it is she lives?
I'm not supposed to talk to strangers.
But see, I'm not a stranger. My name's Vincent, and I used to live around here.
But I don't know you.
Well, you know me now, don't you?
Roll manipulate someone.
5!
Mike
Burn that
experience.
luck
I'm
point.
going to burn that luck point.
Okay. All right. You know what that means.
It means someone from my past will reappear in my life soon.
Yep. All right. So, what were you asking, Anthony?
I want to know where Stacy lived.
She just lives pretty close to the playground. Don't tell her I told you.
Hey, I want to make a cross over my heart
Yeah.
and then wink at him.
Real quick, I just have this image in my mind. You wink at him and he tries to do it back, but he just blinks.
Blinks. Tilts his head to one side and blinks. I'll bust his head and be like, all right, we're going to work on that, buddy. Stand up, stride over to Ronan, snap my fingers, hold up my hand, and go, phone.
Phone. Ooh.
Give me your phone.
To call the cutter?
Yeah. I got to make a call into Cuttery headquarters.
I'm going to need somebody to roll manipulate someone.
That's me. And that is a 7.
Okay, I think the woman, who you still don't know her name, is gonna she's her patience is wearing extremely thin, and she is not super believing that you guys are with a knife company anymore. And I think she crosses her arms and she says, yeah, why don't you call your superior? I'd love to get on the phone with them.
I think Ronan just takes a long, deep breath and goes, yes, why don't you call the cuttery? Here you go.
Okay, I'm going to take this call outside.
Oh, official
Get
business.
out of my house.
All right, Olivia, let's go. Oh, and here's $50 for new knives.
Just
Enjoy.
Takes the cash and just stuffs it in her shirt. Who are you calling?
I want to call Julia.
Okay. Why don't you roll a deal with the agency?
And that's plus sharp. That's not so bad. That's not so bad. That's an 8.
Okay.
I'll probably be in trouble, but I was going to be in trouble anyway.
Hello?
Julia,
Yes,
it's not Ronan.
I figured. You have different voices, you know.
Thank you.
You're a lot deeper.
Yeah, you're damn right. Specifically, here's what I want to know.
Uh-huh.
The attacks. So, okay.
Yes.
I want to tell you everything that my theory is, and I want to figure out a way to get Julia to step in and confirm it.
Okay.
The food spoiling, the appliances failing, the knives going missing or becoming blunted. My theory is that those happened at a house that is suspiciously close to where an attack happened.
Okay.
Stacy lived by the playground. One of these happened by the playground, right?
One of the attacks.
Didn't they?
There was an attack close to the playground, yeah.
And I know that teens hang out there. So what I want her to do is cross-reference where the appliance failures and blunted knives went with where the attacks went, and time-wise figure out, are we at a house that is within blocks away from where an attack will happen tonight? That's my question, because that's my theory.
Sure. So I think this will actually tie back in, because I think she does have some information based on what Ronan had asked earlier. And so she will kind of say,
Really interesting theory.
Thank you.
I mean, I don't think it's necessarily at the same place as the attacks, but I did find an interesting connection for all of the attack victims of the names that you guys gave me. They all are, well, the people are mostly like 40s or older, and they all have kids. That's about it.
Troubling.
Yeah, and a couple of houses. I mean, they've really been all over. I mean, the attacks have been with just one person by themselves, going like home at night or something, or just going about doing chores, or not chores. What is it called when you do? Oh, errands. That's it. There we go.
Does Ronan have an earpiece to hear all this?
I'll fill you in.
But I don't think the attacks are necessarily... It's random. There is no pattern. So what's this about Cutco? Or Cut... What was it?
It's the Cuttery. Click. Okay, since we're all getting kicked out of the house, I'll basketball pass Ronan's phone back into his chest.
The Cuttery? Who are you? Are you selling more knives?
No. We're done with that. That was Julia.
Oh, okay. What did... And then I assume you fill me in on what?
Yeah, your theory was good and mine was dumb. All of our victims do have something in common. 40 plus, and they have kids. I don't like it. Point of information, how old was the woman whose house we just futzed with? Is she, say, 40 plus?
I would say she looks like she's about 40.
Can I call the agency once more?
Okay. Roll a deal with the agency.
Remember, you've got Vaughn to annoy as well.
Yes.
If you ever want it to turn out badly.
No.
Julia is the person who's supposed to help.
8.
Hello? Wait.
I'm sorry you keep getting calls.
No, it's okay. It's like my job, so it's fine. What is up?
So, quick question. I'm just wondering, all of these happenings that have been happening, you know, the dull knives, the food going bad, the 40-year-olds, the kids, did something happen in the past that we don't know about in this town? Is there like a like some history of something significant that happened, a killing or something, and you know all these are just popping up?
I mean, maybe. I don't know. That might be a good question for the locals. I mean, we could do some research, but you might have better luck at the Handfast Herald, it looks like.
Okay.
If there's any sort of historical stuff, I'd maybe do there. They've got newspapers there, right?
This is true. All right. Thank you for the information. And
yeah. I'm gonna go on break, so I won't be available for like at least the next 20 minutes. Sorry, it's just you were taking a really long time, and I have to go to the bathroom. I guess if you want to talk to me, you're gonna have to probably go talk to Vaughn first. But I'll be back later.
All right, bye. Bye. I think, guys, we need to go to the Handfast.
We are in Handfast.
He means the Herald.
Well, what about the weather anomaly site?
I'm gonna let you two figure this out.
I think something might have happened here in the past that I think we need to figure out.
Yeah, they closed Skeeters.
Well, we can figure that out too, but more interestingly, I'm wondering if this is tied to a killing, because all of these things seem to be very random, and it could be something paranormal. Or, excuse me.
A quantum anomaly?
Yeah, thank you. I did not say paranormal.
So, it sounds like you have a couple different potential avenues. You could go to the Herald. You could check out the wreckage. And then there is still the dust that you had collected that you have not looked into yet as well.
Yeah. I think we should go to the Herald. Olivia will not fight over it with Agent Parks. And then, if possible, could I analyze the dust while we make our way over there?
How are you going to do that?
Take out my travel chemistry set.
Do you have some sort of device that can inspect what things are, or you are looking just like with regular tools?
And does it work while walking?
I just imagine this like little robot that she's developed that just like is smiling, and then you give it the dust and it like puts it in its mouth, analyzing.
Nom nom nom.
See, it's not just me. It's not just me. It's not just me.
What tools do you think you use to do this? Is this something that you want to create a device to use, or is this just like your standard chemistry set stuff?
Probably a standard chemistry set thing, but I'm wondering, although I'm doubtful, I wouldn't be able to like use. I didn't gather enough of it that I could use in like analyzing it in a chemistry set as well as doing something else with it, right?
Roll act under pressure.
7.
Okay. I think it potentially, depending on how well you roll to actually do the thing, you might not have enough to do both. It's one or the other. If you roll well, you might be able to conserve enough.
I'll stick to the chemistry set. I think that what I might end up doing instead is actually just setting up a little in the field chemistry station-y thing outside of the Herald instead.
So while they go into the Herald, you're out there fucking just mixing stuff.
Like, I have taken my 5 duffel bags and made them like almost like a table. I pulled out things to make like a more firmer tabletop.
I almost imagine you probably have like a collapsible table that you've folded in there that just like boom, boom, and it floats out.
Yeah, I'm just leaning against my duffel bags like the back of a chair.
Mm-hmm. Why don't you roll, if you're going to inspect it, why don't you roll investigate a mystery for me?
Fuck. I'm going to use a luck point.
Okay. So
I don't know what my luck special is, though.
Yeah, so some gadget or machine near you will do something weird, malfunction, breakdown, or ... explode.
Cool.
But yeah, you rolled successfully on that. So you are inspecting this thing. What 2 questions do you want to ask?
What kind of material is this?
I will say, as you're looking at this is definitely a quantum abnormality. It is not of this world, this dust. It has definitely some magical properties to it. It's slightly like, as you're kind of looking at it like really close up and kind of sifting it through some stuff, it's slightly sparkly, you notice? Kind of catches the light at weird angles. And a kind of a color that you don't really know like how to describe. It's kind of, it seems like it's pink one second, and then it's like purple another, then it's blue. Kind of almost like it's iridescent. It's like shifting colors.
Well, could I ask, what can it do?
Sure. I think you get the sense that this dust, wherever it is sprinkled, causes things like what's been happening to happen. You suspect that this is what blunted the knives. This is why the machines have malfunctioned. This is why, some items maybe were moved around or whatever. It created chaos.
Okay, and then at some point I want to deal with the agency.
Okay, let's cut to, I think you guys wanted to head to the Handfast Herald. Are you guys wanting to go there right now?
Yeah, I'm guessing that I'm outside doing this stuff while Vincent and Ronan go inside. I'm just gonna sit here and analyze what I found.
I'm gonna drop the duffel bag you had me carrying and stride inside.
Okay, bye.
Are you good out here, Olivia?
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm like putting on like goggles.
Is she out in the open, just like?
She's just sitting outside,
like in the parking lot,
like a pop-up table outside
with all of my
their chem set, basically.
Boy, I'm psyched.
And I'm gonna hold open the front door and be like, "You coming, cowboy?"
I think I look at Olivia, sigh a little bit, and then walk
I'll be
in
fine.
with you.
If anything happens, I'll shoot them.
Oh, I don't doubt it. And then I think I walk in.
Hey, I have been professionally trained with this weapon.
Uh-huh.
Small town, Cap. People don't look too close at people they aren't already looking close at.
All right. So Vincent and Ronan head in, and I think there's like a little bell on the door when you walk in, and a ding 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 ding. The building itself, it's just kind of like a pretty old looking brick building. Pretty large windows actually on the front of it. There's a front desk in the office that you guys walk into. Pretty well lit with a lot of like old looking like lamps to kind of really feel that historical vibe. And standing behind the desk, kind of rifling through some documents, you see a woman. She looks like she's middle-aged, maybe a few years older than you, Vincent. And she's got just like her brown hair kind of just tied up in a loose bun. And she kind of turns to look at you guys. Can I help you?
Yeah. How are you doing today?
I'm fine. Are you guys new in town? Tourists, perhaps?
Yeah, we're just passing through. We're looking for some history on this town.
Oh, well, you came to the right place. We've got newspapers dating back for, honestly, centuries. It's quite impressive, if I do say so myself.
Uh-huh. Well, you see, we're looking for. Well, actually, Vincent, you're much better at saying this. You go ahead.
I think at that name, the girl kind of looks at you and she kind of is like, points at you and she's like, Vincent MacGill. Is that you?
I'm over futzing with some like books or archives or something. And I'm going to like look back at Ronan completely surprised and then look at her and be like, hands up, guilty.
And I think Ronan's like under his breath, like, oh, thank God.
Well, I didn't think you'd show your face around these parts for a while. Did you come to visit?
And here it is after a while.
Oh my God.
Do I know who this is?
Why don't you roll plus sharp?
Oh, is it one of those things where someone else names you, but you don't know them?
It might be, depending on how he rolls.
Oh.
Well, it's a 9.
Okay. Yeah, you recognize her. Her name is Jane Howland. She is the editor of the Handfast Herald. She is a couple years older than you when you guys grew up, and she was always very bookish, very much like the town gossip, and always wanted to know what people were up to. So she's quite the reporter.
Okay. I want to joke that we used to call it the Howler or something, or that I call her the Howler because she's such
Howland.
a gossip.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the Howler at the Herald. That makes sense.
I forgot about that almost. Yeah, it's not too bad of a place. Family business and all, but worked out pretty well for myself. What are you doing here? And I think she kind of gestures to Ronan, who is like in a very nice suit and just clashes very much with Vincent.
Yeah. Oh, I'm
Come on, you can dish.
Well, I was trying to take him on a tour of the 10 greatest bars of the Eastern Seaboards, but they shut down Skeeter's.
And this is
I know.
quite an interesting place.
The greatest tragedy of this whole entire decade.
Speaking of tragedies, though, it seems like this place has changed.
Oh, you mean the latest happenings, the assaults that have been happening at night, that sort of business? I know.
I mean, it used to be if somebody caught a blade in this town, it's because they pissed off me.
Me?
What's a bunch of middle-aged moms and dads doing getting slashed in the middle of the night?
Moms and dads, you say? That's an interesting connection. And I think she kind of like whirls around and like pulls out a notebook and starts jotting it down. How'd you come by that information?
Has anything like this ever happened in the past? Like long ago? Like it just seems odd.
I'm sorry, who are you, darling?
Oh, me?
Yeah, you.
I want to try to do something. I want to try to, without saying a word, I want to look at Ronan and give him a look that what I want to communicate is, should I tell a lie right now about who you are?
Okay.
And I'm going to look directly
No.
Okay.
It is unclear whether you are going to receive that message.
You
right.
need to roll manipulate someone for me.
I know I do. Is there a limit to how many luck points we can burn?
No, it's a one shot.
I'm gonna burn a second one.
Okay. So you get the distinct impression, Ronan, that Vincent is looking for your permission to tell some sort of lie, fabricate a lie.
And I think he internally winks at him. Yeah, it's like a little nod.
The subtitles below in the brackets, winking internally.
Yeah. Okay, so you get the memo.
Yes.
So what do you do?
I want to say, well, I mean, that's kind of what we're doing on this sort of Eastern Seaboard bar tour. This is I want to be shitty, but I can't figure out how. This is my sister's kid, Ronan.
Jesus Christ.
He's a bit of a history buff around this, like, not here. I was trying. This place is a bit of a hidden gem, you know. We both know.
No shit. This is Tamara's kid.
Oh God. I think Ronan is just biting his tongue.
Yeah, but this was pre-Craig, if you know what I mean.
Oh, yeah, Craig, woof.
Not exactly heir to the throne. So he's, a bit of a history buff, kind of a lot of interest in...
I love history.
Folklore.
You want to look at the newspapers?
Well, I mean, we came here to find out more about the town.
Well, sure. Okay. I want one of you to roll manipulate someone again.
Not me.
What'd you roll there, Ronan?
Burning a luck boy.
One-shots are fun because you have to figure out, will it be more entertaining for it to fuck up? Or should we fucking accomplish something?
We really need to know this information.
Okay, so you're going to have a lot of red tape, bud. She will accept that you are a history buff, but I think she does kind of look to you, Ronan, and she'll be like, anything you're looking in particular? I mean, we've got records going back till at least 200 years.
Well, I am fascinated with, and not a lot of people are into this type of thing, but criminal history, understanding kind of that side of things throughout, all of the places that we visit. And just being on this tour and stuff has enlightened me quite a bit. And just looking into these smaller towns, very interesting cases that come up. And just wondering...
You seem to be quite the sleuth, figuring out that these victims are parents and over 40-year-olds.
I want to put a hand on his shoulder and go, what do you got in the way of witch shit?
Witches.
That's such a large step.
I mean, sure, there's been some weird hubbub over the years about some old folk tales and stuff, but witches? I don't know if I've ever heard about that.
Ooh, folk tales. What folk tales?
See? History.
Well, the old playground in town?
Do I know about the old playground? Yeah. I think
we've talked about this. We've talked about this.
Oh, right.
Slap.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I highly advise you go take a look at it. It's quite the attraction in town. It's built with amazing architecture, but it is it is. It's almost like a fairy tale castle. The castle itself that is in the playground, there's rumors that it has something to do with how this town got started, how it got founded. Something about fairies, I don't know.
Interesting.
I think involuntarily, Vincent's just gonna mutter, shit.
So you're looking for some gruesome stuff, some violent stuff? What exactly are you looking for? And she rifles through.
I heard from someone that there was maybe a potential murder here, like knives, and it happened quite a bit ago.
A murder? Well, there was a disappearance about 40 years ago.
What does that entail?
Why don't you roll investigative mystery?
8.
So you can ask one question. I think she will generically say, well, there was about 40 years ago, there was a young girl named Violet. I think she was, 3 years old. She went missing, and she'd been gone for a long time, and it was presumed that she died. Never found a body, though. Ah, here it is. And I think she actually pulls out the article itself that talks about her disappearance and puts it on the table.
As I look through that article, is there any, did she mention the last name?
Violet Chilton. It's in the headline. Poor girl, the parents were so upset.
Am I able to figure out where the Chiltons live now?
Not by looking at this paper. You would have to ask her for that information or get it elsewhere.
You wouldn't happen to know where the Chiltons are nowadays, would you?
I mean, they're still in town, but I don't make it a habit to go and visit them. They are, they're a bit of a... It's a little upsetting visiting them, to be honest. Quite sad,
Because they're dicks?
No, because they lost their daughter, and I don't think they ever really got over it. I don't think you really ever get over something like that, but,
You should never outlive your child.
You're not here.
You're not there.
I know. I'm saying this out of character.
Seems like the kind of thing that you would unrelatedly mutter, though.
Yeah.
Cut to her outside.
Scraping powders and pouring things. A parent should never outlive their child. I mean, it's just good advice.
God, yeah.
Are you looking for anything in particular? Just this one mystery? This disappearance?
I mean, if you have any others that are
Well,
in that vein.
do you want to look? It's
Sure.
gonna take some time to go through.
Do you have any highlights out of these? That
Well, we could... Crimes are in this folder, and she'll like pull out like a drawer. It's not a super big drawer. There's not a lot of crime in this town.
Let me put it to you this way, Howler. What is your very favorite weird story that's ever happened in this town?
You know me so well.
I do.
Well, I suppose my favorite story was that the fairies made this town, and there was something about a contract. I don't know. The town would be prosperous as long as something was upheld. I don't know.
Was this contract bound by blood? I don't know.
I don't know. It was like an old wives' tale, honestly. It's the type of thing that parents would tell their kids at night so that they would behave.
Obvious. A literal fairy tale, Ronan. Come on.
But then I think she pulls out the stack of like crimes in the city and slams them down on the counter in front of you. If you'd like to look, this is what we have. It's not a particularly large stack, but it does date back a while. Most of the crimes, honestly, and I think she kind of winks at Vincent, might have your name on it.
Weird flex, but oh, and I think he starts just kind of paging through everything and looking. Do I notice anything that stands out?
I'm gonna need you to roll investigate a mystery, and Vincent, if you want to help out or something, you can.
What I want to do kind of instead is sort of be vaguely looking over his shoulder and then sort of
6.
Casually as you please, I want to sort of say to Jane, and has the town been prosperous?
I mean, yeah, for as long as I've been here, it's been pretty peaceful, except for this last week.
But still prosperous.
I mean, what do you define as prosperous? Our crops are dying. Our food is spoiling.
That was tourism.
I mean, not great this past week. The flooding, the wreckage, not great draws. It's definitely taken a hit. But as far as, our livelihoods, that's definitely taken a hit. So you rolled a 6 to investigate a mystery.
Yeah, I found pages.
You're pretty sure you are looking at paper.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you see it. You see a bunch of different files. There's a lot. You don't really find any specific pattern in them, but you do see the one obviously about Violet's disappearance, which was 40 years ago, almost to the day. And you find a couple of other random reports scattered amongst them. But I think you spilled some coffee that was on the table, and you ruined the article that is talking about Violet.
I'm so sorry. You have a copy of that, right?
It's a historic. Oh my god. Yes, I thank God I started doing digital scans of these a while ago, but
I'm sorry.
I can never get back the originals.
I'm gonna reach into my jacket and take out the money that Ronan had tried to use to pay Officer Dizzy Eddie and flop that down on the table and be like, I'm sorry about my friend here. Hopefully this can, you can buy yourself some, I don't know, towels.
Thank you, I suppose. So what exactly are you going to do with this information? Are you guys going on a quest?
I don't know, maybe we'll write a book.
I hope I get a byline in it at least.
You still hang around Skeeter's in the Crown Tavern in the evenings?
I think she kind of blushes a little and is like, sometimes I frequent the establishment. It is the only one of its kind after all.
Well, maybe when we're, done sniffing around, we'll see you there.
Roll manipulate someone.
Smolder.
Jesus Christ.
7.
I think she just kind of looks at you up and down slightly. And how's Ursula been? I thought you two were going
Ursula?
steady eddies. What happened there?
Yes, what did happen there?
Oh, you know me. Can't be buttoned up or tied down.
Ah, well, I'll be sure to let her know the next time she stops by.
Does she come around?
Sometimes. I just saw her last week.
Like last week of this month?
Maybe it was 2 weeks ago. She lives in the town.
Oh, Ronan, we should probably go. We got places, people to see, check.
What's wrong, Vincent? You seem rushed.
She probably shouldn't be doing that in the parking lot, right? You probably got laws. And I'm going to grab you by
Right.
the upper arm.
I'll see you next time, Vinny.
Thank you very much for this information.
Save me a drink.
You will get a spot in our book. Bye.
All right, so you guys head out. Let's have Olivia say what she was wanting to say first, since we just had you guys.
I want to know what she had found.
Okay.
I wanted to deal with the agency.
That's right. Okay, why don't you roll that?
6.
Okay, who are you calling?
Julia.
Okay, I think the call goes for a little bit. Keeps ringing.
Vaughn here.
Oh, I was trying to call Julia. I must have called the wrong number.
Yeah, she told me you guys have been calling her non-stop for the last half hour. What the hell are you guys doing down there?
Well, technically, this is the first time that I called her. We're doing research, sir.
Uh-huh. From what it sounds like, you have told the local authorities that we are doing an investigation. You have opened up several civilian report requests. Do you know the sort of paperwork we're going to have to do to get all of this filed?
I don't, because I don't deal in this kind of area of CISRA.
What do you want?
Well, I was wondering if I could find out some information on a molecularly altered dust that I have found and analyzed, and wanting to see what kind of peculiarities we have on file that use this kind of dust.
That sounds like something one of your devices could do, right? Why don't you do your job, Agent?
Click.
Oof.
Cool. Yeah, it looks at like all of the duffel bags. I have a device for this. I have a device for this. Start looking through my duffel bags for my device to do this.
All right, so I think this will be another weird science roll, and you're looking specifically for the device that could analyze whatever this material is and tell you some more about it.
I mean, I'm trying to figure out what peculiarities would use this molecularly altered dust.
I think it can identify what it is and can cross-reference it with the databases you guys have at CISRA.
Okay. 7.
All right, so to build that device, you get to choose one requirement and I get to choose the other.
It will take a long time to get it working.
Okay. I think the other requirement that it needs, it's going to need a rare and or weird material. I think it's specifically the material that you're going to need is going to be a crystal that you're going to have to use to sort of power it. So you get to choose one of those that it does not require.
Not to be a bitch, but I don't think it requires this crystal.
Okay. What would you use instead of the crystal to power it?
This is weird, but would I be able... I don't know. I'm open to ideas.
I think it is going to require some sort of electronic connections. I think you are able to maybe take some of the batteries that you use for some of your weapons to kind of power it, and kind of as like a little generator bank almost for it to power the device. It will still take a while for it to inspect it, though, to figure out what it is. But you have this device. What do you want to call it?
What is it that it's doing?
So it will, one, allow her to analyze what it is, but then also cross-reference it with CISRA's database to see what it is used for. Information about it, basically. So it's like the identify spell.
I think it's called ACID with 2 C's, but it stands for Analyzing and Cross-Checking Information Database.
All right, and you can begin using this. It will take some time to do. So I think you put the dust into the device itself. It's almost like kind of like I think you use like a little bit of a sieve for it to go through. And it has a little display, I think, on the device, and it just starts 1%.
Cool.
So it's going to take a little bit of time.
Hey guys, Jonny here, the Keeper, just cutting in to say a few things. Thanks for listening to the Monsters Playbook. We hope you've been having a great time listening, because we've been having a blast putting this together and putting it out there. It's been amazing to interact with listeners and this great community of gamers and podcasters. We've got a ton of exciting stuff coming up for you, so stay tuned. If you want to support the show, you can leave us a rating and review on Apple Podcasts, and now you can also leave a rating on Spotify. Either one will help the show get noticed. We all read every single one, and we love hearing from fans. We love having fans. You can also follow us on all of our social media accounts. We're on Facebook and Instagram at Monsters Playbook, and we're on Twitter at Monster Playbook. Character limits, what are you going to do? Plus, you can email us at monstersplaybook@gmail.com if you have any questions about the show or the game, or if you want to share any fan art. We'd love to hear from you. But the absolute best thing you could do would be to tell your friends about us. If you know someone who might like what we're doing, let them know. We'll get a new listener. You'll get somebody to talk to about this show you like. Everybody wins. But again, seriously, thank you so much for listening. Obviously, we'd still love to play this game regardless, but it really means a lot to have other people come with us on this adventure. Okay, you monsters, let's get back to the show. I think Vincent's going to come up behind you and over your head and shoulders be like, can that thing work on the go?
Oh my god. Yeah.
All right.
I'm going to take a step back and turn around to Ronan and be like, we got to go to that playground.
Yes, we do.
What's at the playground?
The founders of Handfast.
Okay. Grab a duffel bag.
I will grab precisely one duffel bag.
So you guys make your way to the park.
On the way, I want to explain to these two my new theory.
Uh-huh.
That I think feels closer because it's not based on wild speculation and hearsay. I think I believe Howler about that, Jane, I think I believe her about that legend that the fairies did make the town. They founded the town, and there was some kind of deal and contract that the town would be prosperous as long as something was upheld. My horrible theory is that was that a girl would be given to them, or a child would be given to them, and it happened 40 years ago, which led to another 40 years of prosperity, and then it didn't happen, and now this is happening. And I think these people who are being attacked are people with young children, and they are not giving up their children. And so they are getting cut. I don't know what the cut's about, but I think there was a detail in that Ronan was looking at, that Violet's disappearance, the last time this happened was 40 years ago, almost to the day, was what I think I heard. So the contract has been broken. Mm-hmm. So I think, maybe we shouldn't go to the playground yet. We need to figure out...
That's a really cool theory.
No, with that being my theory and that being who I am, my recommendation is still we go to this fucking playground. We've got a gang muscling in on my turf. I know one way to deal with this. Let's go punch him in the mouth.
All right, so you guys are going to head to the playground. Olivia, I think you look down at the device, and it's at 10%.
I have another question, and I don't know how I could find the answer to this. Mm-hmm. But we know that the people who were attacked were all 40 plus. We know that they were all parents. Do we know what, if anything, happened to their children?
There was nothing in the reports about children being harmed.
And there would have been, right?
Mm-hmm. I'm pretty sure.
Okay. If a child had gone missing, that would have been in an unrelated report.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So I stand by my theory that there's a request being made. The evidence of the request itself is being erased. Still don't know what the cuts are for. Mm-hmm. But the dulling of blades seems like they're using the blades. The spoiling of food, the spoiling of crops,
all signs point to this is the breach of
you've got appliances now, you've got machines. Oh, we can break those too. Yeah. I mean, it's what I would do. That's a nice blender you got there. It'd be a shame if something
were to happen to it.
All right. I think as you guys are walking down, Vincent, you see a familiar looking car.
I'm sure I do. Mm-hmm. I keep walking. If I have a hood, I put it up.
Do we notice anything out of the ordinary on our way here?
On the way or as you arrive?
As we're arriving.
Why don't you roll read a bad situation?
10.
Okay. You get to ask 3 questions.
Is there danger we are not seeing?
So I think, let me just describe the situation as you guys arrive. For all intents and purposes, it just looks like a pretty normal playground. The playground itself is quite exquisite. Like Jane had mentioned, it's built almost like a fairy tale castle, so it's quite large and very prominent kind of near the center of town. There are lots of different families here currently playing on the playground. You see a young family with a boy who's maybe about 3 years old playing. You see another family with like a pair of twins playing on like a little one of those little spinny not carousels. What are they called?
It's kind of a merry-go-round, but like I know what you mean. Yeah. Where it's just a disc with some bars on it.
Yes, they're playing on that, and I think they're like taking turns like pushing each other on it or whatever, as their parents are laughing at them falling down because they're getting dizzy. And
that's the only way you ride that.
Yep. And there's another couple older kids, maybe like 8 or 9 on the swings, some school-age children, but there's a bunch of people here. And I think any dangers you haven't noticed. You do notice kind of off past the playground, there's maybe a 15-year-old girl who looks kind of out of place. And she's just kind of standing there watching the kids.
Can I tell? I don't know how I would.
You get 2 more questions.
Well, I know. Can I ask you a question, Mark? Mark, can I ask you a question?
Oh, I've been ripped out of my other world.
I want you to ask Ronan does that 15-year-old girl look like she has a corresponding adult here?
I spontaneously asked that question.
Just for no reason.
To the all-knowing gods. She looks like she is by herself. She is dressed kind of interestingly. She's dressed in like a silk dress that's kind of like
older,
adorned with like flowers. It does not look like normal clothes.
I want to catch Ronan's eye and mouth the word fairy.
Careful.
And then I want to step away and like skirt around the playground.
Mm-hmm.
What is the monster most afraid of?
I don't know how you would know that.
John, do you want to ask, like, what is it going to do?
What is it planning to do next? Can I tell by where it's
just
looking?
Because I called you Mark doesn't mean that you are Mark.
You don't get tune in. So I think for right now, it looks like she's just watching. She's looking between the families, looking at the kids.
Case in the joint.
Is there a bench next to the child?
Okay. Yeah, I think there's benches kind of scattered around the park.
I think Ronan is going to go and sit by this child.
Okay. You go over and you sit at one of the benches.
Just observe for a bit. Not the child, but just like where she's looking.
Okay. Roll act under pressure for me.
10.
Okay. I don't think you cause her any immediate alarm, but I do think she sees you.
And I think I'm aware that she sees me, but I ignore her right now.
Just a normal guy in a black trench coat with a flak jacket sitting down at a bench in a park.
Hey, he might be thinking
All
about
in black in a jacket on a summer day.
Children one day, and he's just like children playing at.
Stop talking.
I think Olivia is going to leave her duffel bags. Well, Olivia's gonna disappear.
Where?
I want her to like sneak off to somewhere that is unseen. If there are any tall bushes or something like that.
You know what that sounds like? It sounds like an act under pressure roll.
And I'm gonna use a luck point.
Okay.
We are running out of luck.
This is only my second one. I'm doing great. Behind these bushes or whatnot, I would like to turn into a wolf.
Okay. So you turn into your wolf. What does your wolf form look like?
So I will say that it's very painful. She works really hard to muffle any of her whimpers of pain. It's about the size of a Great Dane, maybe a little bit bigger. But her fur is all white, except for her tail is looks like it was dipped in ink. Mm-hmm. And I think that she has silvery blue eyes.
All right. What do you do next? Any of you?
Here's what I want to do, because I have to imagine having gotten Olivia drunk for maybe one of the first times in her life that she would have let spill that she's a shapeshifter to me and maybe forgotten about it.
I hate that you just got into my mind and literally said the exact same thing that I've been thinking about this whole episode and was like, Olivia totally forgot that Vincent
She told me and forgot about it. So I think I see her slipping up and I'm like, I know what's going on.
Well, you don't see because I rolled a 12.
Well, fair enough. But still, I think between you doing that and Ronan going off and sitting with his fucking flak jacket in a park bench, I want to
No one can see the flak jacket.
I want to use my oddly, I did not expect to be this much of a charlatan. Uh-huh. But here's what I want to do. I want to take my baseball bat. Mm-hmm. I want to go off to kind of a corner of the playground and whistle to the kids and start picking up rocks from the ground and then tossing them into the air and just home running them as far as I can.
Okay.
Just being like, check out this cool thing I'm doing with rocks, kids. Everybody look at me. Also, maybe that fairy look at me so that Olivia can do whatever she's going to do.
Why don't you roll act under pressure?
Happily. That's a 9.
A 9. Okay. So I think you are getting ready to do this, to call out to the kids and start being distracting. But then you see a very familiar woman walk past the park. You see the long red hair, the beautiful looks that you recognize even though it's been a few years. You see Ursula walking down the street, arm in arm with Hurley.
Fuck you!
And if you do this, they will see you.
I'm still gonna do it.
Okay.
I think that with that in mind, what I think happens is the first time I'm like, hey kids, check this out. I throw the thing up, I wheel back to take the swing. I don't take the swing. The rock clacks onto the ground, which sort of gets me out of my reverie. And then I swing my bat.
Okay.
And the kids erupt into laughter.
Uh-huh. Okay, so it's quite distracting, but they do see you, Ursula and Hurley, and they both kind of turn their heads and look at you and look at each other and I think start to make their way over towards you. But the fairy-looking girl is distracted.
Okay.
By whom?
By me. She's looking at me and
I think she kind of giggles.
The impending worst moment of my life.
She kind of just looks at like sideways at you. Funny.
Does she actually say funny?
Mm-hmm.
How does she say it?
Kind of like
sound
dreamily.
Make this worth it, you two.
You gonna go play on the playground?
And then she turns and whirls her head at you, cocks her head. No, I'm too big. Are you?
Well, I'm too old to play on the playground.
Oh, but we're all children at heart.
Well, yes, I do like to believe that.
What's your name? I think she sits down next to you at the bench.
I think I'm gonna be truthful right there and just say Ronan. My name is Ronan.
Nice to meet you. I'm Violet.
It's nice to meet you too. Are you from around here?
My home's a little ways away.
I don't like her.
Could Olivia come trotting out, like tail high and like wagging tongue, like lolling out and like...
And you're a full-on fucking wolf, right?
Yeah, like size
boy.
of a dog. I'm trying to be as friendly as possible, and I want to walk up, like, beside Ronan and, like, nuzzle my nose under his hand.
I'm gonna need you to roll act under pressure.
I think Ronan is just like, what the fuck?
It's a fucking wolf!
Dude, like, do I know?
This was not in the briefing papers.
I mean, I would hope that, like...
I've seen this wolf
it's definitely
before.
like, holy shit, this is a big dog, but...
No, but does Ronan know about this?
No.
Oh, God.
8.
Okay.
I think he's worried about this dog that's walking up now and the child speaking to him, and he's just like, I'm going to
I think
die.
the kids are still preoccupied with laughing at Vincent, so they do not notice. But I think Ronan, you were like, "There's a fucking wolf right next to me. Oh my fucking god!"
I'm just giving you the biggest wolfish, doggish smile.
Do I see this happen?
Roll read a bad situation to see if you are even aware of this.
Kind of. 8.
I think you see her Olivia's wolf form and you know what it is. I don't think you're in much of a position to do much about it though.
Right. I also feel like I see her like, I'm like, okay, so that's Olivia and she's going up to Ronan, so they're over there and they're fine.
Yeah.
I don't get that Ronan is pissing his pants.
Mm-hmm.
I'll lick Ronan's like hand and like wag my tail and then look at the girl and like smile.
Am I able to tell that this is my friend?
Roll investigate a mystery.
5.
You do not recognize that this is her. There's a wolf. There is a wolf coming at you. A fucking white wolf, nonetheless. This is probably one of them fairy animals or something.
It's probably one of hers.
They're in cahoots.
Oh boy.
No.
Is this your dog?
No, but he's so pretty. I don't know. And she like kind of like goes to like look and see if she can see anything. Oh god. It's a girl.
Dislike.
And I see that this wolf is being charming, I guess.
As doggish as possible.
I just kind of like try to pet it. What do you do?
She'll allow it. And like wag his tail.
If I make it home alive tonight, he's thinking I'm going to have a pizza.
Not a
I need
beer.
that on a t-shirt.
Yes.
If I make it home alive tonight, I'm going to have a pizza. Can Vincent, is anything going on with the... So, like, as I understand it, central to this playground, there is, like, a castle, like a sort of wooden playgroundy kind of castle.
It's like one of those kind of, like, enchanted castle type looking ones that I feel like we all know and have seen, like, mock-ups of. But it's very well taken care of and painted and maintained. And I think Ursula and Hurley are approaching you right at this moment.
I'm sure they are. I still want to. I want to know if anything's happening with it, like even at all. Is it Is anyone inside it? Is anyone...
Kids.
Oh, fuck.
If it helps, Johnny, I was going to investigate a mystery.
Okay, that does help. And it frees me up to have the worst day of my life.
I think as...
I didn't want to distract you from your important moment.
Yeah, it's great. It's great. I love it.
Yeah.
It's great.
Yeah.
I love it. It's great.
Vinny, is that you?
And I'm going to point past her and go, is that fucking Hurley?
He's like on her arm. So you just point right at him.
Yeah, I want to point right at him and be like, is
Okay.
that fucking Hurley? I'm talking to him as though he does not exist.
She kind of looks sideways at Hurley. You have good eyes. What the hell are you doing here?
Looks over to the point, like petting the wolf.
I'm going to look back at the wolf and Ronan, and I'm going to look over at the playground. I'm going to look back at them and be like, well, it's actually kind of a long story.
I'm sure it is. You always had a way with words.
Apparently, even though I have -1 charm. What, are you doing back here?
Well, you see, after I got out of jail, which is, you know,
Ooh.
Oof.
not that long ago, I came...
Vincent abruptly breaks eye contact and his ears turn red.
I came back here because, well, nobody would hire me with a record, so I figured I'd have better luck back home. What the hell are you doing here? And I think Hurley kind of like tightens his grip on her arm a little bit, and just kind of looks you down and is like, "Yeah, what you doing back here, you dumbass?"
Ooh. Are you going to put up with that?
Do you want the wolf?
Olivia has definitely tried to talk you down from punching a lot of people.
Yeah, I know.
As I was gonna say, I feel like a lot of people called you Vinny, and you would almost correct them all the time to be like, no, it's Vincent, or like it's Vin, or whatever your name was. The only person that it was okay that called you Vinny was Ursula.
Yeah. I think what I'm gonna do with him saying dumbass, though,
Uh-oh.
I'm gonna heft my baseball bat over my shoulder, and I'm gonna stand a full head taller than Hurley, and I'm gonna get right up in his face, and I'm gonna go, fuck you call me?
Careful, Vinny. There's kids around.
Fuck you call me?
You fucking heard me. You really gonna make a scene at a kid's playground?
Let's find out.
You haven't changed.
I'm rolling act under pressure.
I want you to do it.
Oh my god.
I rolled a 9.
Alright.
So I'm just going to unclench and then reclench my hand on the baseball bat.
Oh my god, this is getting heated.
And just like that thing where you can see the muscles in my jaw stand out. And be like, standing behind a park full of kids. That's Hurley up and down, isn't it?
We were walking to the pub, but saw you making a ruckus in the park. Do you normally frequent parks with a bunch of kids? Vinny?
Vincent. It's Vincent.
Right. Oh, wait, what was that name that you came up for yourself? The Bruise, was it? That's right. The Bruise! Ah! Look out!
I didn't come up with it. Do you know why they called me the Bruise?
I think Ursula puts her fucking hands in her her face in her hands.
She's heard this before.
Just like, Hurley, he's not worth it.
What does Hurley say to my question?
I think he kind of looks at Ursula, looks back at you, because wherever you go, you leave damage in your wake.
And I want to like, oh God, Vincent. He's gonna like sort of lean back and turn around, kind of to see if the kids are still watching.
Roll act under pressure. I feel like they might be kind of enthralled by this full-on argument between adults.
7.
Ronan's also gonna be like, what's going on over there?
I think most of the kids have gone back to their business, but there is one smaller child who's maybe about like 3 or 4 years old, who is just looking up at you like, whoa.
Yeah. I'm gonna get right in his face and I'm gonna say, they call me the Bruise because after you get in a fight with me, I'm the only evidence that there was ever a fight at all.
Right. I get that that's supposed to like scare me or something, but talk is cheap.
I want to look back at that one kid
Uh-huh.
who's still looking at me, and I want to kind of like, again, pretty non-verbally, just kind of be like to this kid like, should I just hit him?
I think he kind of clenches his fist and is like, like,
Oh my God.
gets excited, like, yes.
I'm gonna take the bat, toss it, and flip it, and then hand it to him, handle first, hand it back to that kid.
Mm-hmm.
Hang on to this for me.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm gonna kind of...
As he's doing that, can Ronan jump up after seeing all this unfolding and jump in between?
I think we're going to find out whether you can do that, because what I'm going to do is, as I turn back around, I'm going to bring my fist into his face.
You're going to punch
I'm
Hurley?
going to punch Hurley in the face.
All right, why don't you roll kick some ass?
And maybe Ronan, roll. Do you want to stop me from doing this? It would be kind of tough, I
Protect
think.
someone.
Ooh, I like that.
Mm-hmm. If you want to intercept this or stop this, you're going to have to roll protect someone.
Well, I'm gonna burn another luck point.
Oh my God, how many is that?
3 so far.
Okay.
Well, I guess that's kind of a good thing because I got a 13.
Oof. All right. You go to kick some ass on Hurley, but you also rolled a 12, Ronan. So I think what that means on protect someone is you can choose an additional effect. So you will be able to protect this guy from getting hit, but you can also choose, you suffer little harm, -1 harm. All impending danger is now focused on you. You inflict harm on the enemy, or you hold the enemy back, which in this case would be Vincent.
I think he hits my flak jacket, and I grab his hand.
How much does your bat do? 1?
I am not striking him with the bat. I am striking him with my fist.
Okay, so then yeah, it's probably like a 1 harm thing.
So it would only have been 1. So if I wind up hitting Ronan, it will not do any harm
fine.
whatsoever.
Yep.
And I get up with my trench coat just kind of flapping in the wind and be like, stop, leave.
I love this.
Sounds like a manipulate someone roll.
And as I do that, I flash my gun.
Don't
do it for it.
Don't do it, John. I know that face now.
6.
Okay. That is a failure mark experience. I think you go to do that, and you flash your gun, and Ursula sees you about to go for it, and she's like, help! Help! This man has a gun!
Bitch.
I wasn't even going for it. I literally just, showed it.
You failed.
No, then she's used to role playing if she needs to, playing up the damsel in distress.
That sounds like her.
And
She's sharp.
she does that. And I think as you start doing that, the kid who has the bat that you gave him, because you handed him the bat, right?
I did hand him
He
the
starts
bat.
whacking you in the shin.
Cute.
And he's like, no, bad. Just starts hitting you.
Oh, shit.
Whoa. And a woman comes in who looks to be like his mother, runs in and is like, Max, what are you doing, Max? And pulls him back.
It's okay. It's okay.
Wait, did you say you have a gun?
No, I don't. Just dumb.
Where? Are you a parent? Do you even have any kids here?
Even knowing that I could very easily stop this kid by flexing my coolness on him, I want to do precisely one thing. I want to know what Violet is doing.
Violet is watching the whole thing, the whole scenario going on between all of you right now.
Is she ignoring me?
I think she's petting you absentmindedly. They look like such a nice family.
Oh.
What's your name?
You know when dogs do that whisper bark? That thing?
Yes.
When they're not in
Jesse.
what I have heard described as full bark mode.
I think Olivia like does that and like wags her tail and like you know when like a dog goes and like sniffs and like licks at your face and stuff. Mm-hmm. I want to do that, and I want to roll investigate a mystery.
Okay, roll investigate a mystery.
And I get +1.
I do believe you do.
Yeah, because you were in your shape-shifting form.
Yeah. 14.
Nice. So you get to ask 2 questions. What would you like to investigate?
What kind of creature is it?
Just human.
That's not cool. Human until proven guilty, or just human?
No, I think this is some Christmas land shit.
Also, I think when she comes up and is asking me all these questions, I'm going to try and flash my badge to be like, we're here on official business, man.
Fucking...
No, I don't show it long enough to make...
No, I am not upset at you for revealing our presence here. I am upset at you for confirming the fact that I sold her out
to
take this job.
Yes. I think Ursula's eyes go to the badge and she does see that. But the woman, she calms down visibly upon seeing that you are the authorities. And she'll be like, okay, fine. Just, there are children here. Whatever your quarrel is between each other, maybe act like adults. And she's going to start ushering Max away back to another man who looks to be like his father. And they kind of just huddle over in a group.
What's going on with my baseball bat?
He's still holding the bat.
His mom hasn't taken it away.
You know what? Weirdly, I'm going to wink at him and let him keep it.
Okay.
My last question.
Yes.
What is being concealed?
I think you see...
How long have you been 17?
Divine power.
15.
No, I know. I was making a Twilight reference.
Oh, yeah. Am I her... Oh, fuck. Not Edward. The other one.
Jacob.
Yeah. Am I her Jacob?
Oh, my God. So...
I hate that I did both of those.
Yes.
I did 2, count them, 2, parentheses, numeral 2, Twilight references tonight.
Okay.
I'm an adult man.
Okay, what can I see?
So I think there's a couple things. I think you see what looks to be like a bracelet tied around her wrist that seems quite out of place with the rest of her garb. Because if you recall, she's wearing kind of like a silk dress that's kind of adorned with like flowers and like other plants and stuff. But on her wrist, she is wearing a bracelet that looks like it's from the 80s. And I think it's just got like the letter V, like as a bead on it. It's like one of those like weird like gel bracelets that you probably would have like had in the 80s, you know, like multicolored. But it looks very out of place for the rest of her general appearance.
For a girl who isn't existing in, let's say, 40 years ago.
I could say that.
Yeah.
She's scouting?
Was there anything else besides the bracelet?
You also see what looks to be like a pouch on her belt. She has like a little woven belt around her waist, and there's like a little pouch of something.
Okay. What I'd like to do is like get up on the bench, like where Ronan had been, and like lay down, but put like my front paws and like head just like on her lap and just like sigh and let her continue petting me, but also inconspicuously using my weight to keep her there.
I think as you are trying to do this, the device that you had been scanning
that was with my stuff concealed by the bushes and things.
Yep. But I think it goes off, and because you've rolled a luck point, it is blaring, and it is loud, and it starts beeping. And she looks to the woods of where that was, and she looks to you, and she's like, what's that?
I will perk my ears and like look in the direction.
I think she like grabs you by the face. Did you do something, puppy?
I am only too excited to get out of the situation that I am in. Can I be like,
mine.
oh my God, and like wrestle myself out of Ronan's grasp and run to where that noise is coming from?
You for sure can. I think Ursula kind of gives you like a last little fleeting glance. Roll for fun. Would you roll plus sharp for me?
Happily. 11.
Okay. We'll get back to what that means in a bit.
Exciting.
Yes. So you go and you dart off.
Like, I think I bound over the bench that Violet and Olivia are sitting on even and, like, sprint towards where this noise is coming from.
So I think you do that, and I think Ursula kind of shakes her head, and she's just like, let's go, Hurley. There's no point being here anymore. And they start wandering off back towards, presumably, the pub, which is where they said they were going.
It's cool, Vincent. There's worse things than being pathetic.
So you go running off towards the noise. Olivia is still hanging out with this girl. And the husband and wife and their young child are like trying to wrest the baseball bat out of Max's hands. Like, no, honey, that is not, honey, stop so we can get around. Honey.
He gave it to me.
Yeah. He's just
It's mine. He gave it to me. It was you.
Look what he showed me how to do.
Pretty much. And he's like, bam! And just was like bashing the ground with it.
I hit a rock. He couldn't hit a rock.
I think he's going to make his way back to the bench where he was sitting and continue what he was doing.
Okay, I think the girl is fully on alert now. This noise is not natural, and she is kind of backing away.
Can I stop the noise?
Roll act under pressure.
8.
Okay, I think it's gonna take you a little bit. You don't know totally how to do it, and I think she sees you.
Why don't you put words on the buttons of this?
No, not fun. Not fun at all. And I think Violet's gonna reach into her pouch, and she's gonna throw some dust at you.
At whomst?
I think at the dog.
At you.
Uh-oh.
And she does that, and you fall to sleep. And she's gonna run away.
I'm going to chase after her. No, I'm not. What am I saying?
Okay. So your friend just fell asleep on this bench. This dog just fully collapses.
I am preoccupied with this machine. Does it tell me anything?
So
I'm going to go...
I want to know desperately what Ronan is doing.
I think that I am keeping my distance from this girl running away and trying to keep tabs on her where she goes. Because I don't want to make it look like she's running away from me.
Okay. Why don't you roll act under pressure?
That's going to be 7.
So you can chase after her for a little ways, but you will, if you continue pursuit, you will probably get lost. And you might have a hard time finding your way back. You would get separated from the rest of the group.
A worse outcome or difficult choice.
Where is she going? Can I
She's heading
tell?
off into the woods.
I think in his ultimate wisdom, he is going to try to follow her for a distance.
Okay.
Do I have any communication device on me?
You have a cell phone, but if you remember, connections was a little spotty
Cell
here.
phone was weird. Yeah.
I also want to make it clear, if it wasn't already, that Vincent does not have a cell phone.
Okay. So, you head off after her.
Vincent, do you see me go off?
No, I am utterly preoccupied with this device, trying to get it to shut up, and then trying to figure out what it is displaying.
Yeah, I think because he has his weapons and he feels confident, he's gonna go for it.
Nobody sees you go off because Olivia is asleep.
So yeah, she runs off, and you follow her a ways into the woods, but I want to cut back to what Vincent is doing. So you are trying to shut off this device, and you see the readout on the thing, and it tells you that it is pixie dust or fairy dust. And the information that it gives you is that when it is thrown about or cast about, it can cause misfortunes and mishaps, including spoiling food, making people ill, causing things to fail or break. You may ask some questions if you want to roll Investigate a Mystery.
I do want to roll Investigate a Mystery.
And I think just as you finish reading this thing, you are able to finally shut it off.
Investigate a Mystery, I rolled a 10.
Okay, so you can ask 2 questions.
Would Ronan know anything about fairies based on his past experience, or would he been briefed on fairies, or I guess we have no idea what we were dealing with?
No, I've let you know my theory. Whether or not you took me seriously is a different question, but I think that I've been thinking that fairies are at play here since we talked to Howler.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just wondering about like rules with like throwing dust or whatever. Like if I would try to avoid that, I assume I would just out of I mean,
from what you saw, whatever she just threw at Olivia seemed to be some sort of like sleeping dust. It made her go to sleep.
I don't know if I was paying attention to the dog though. Outside of her, I did see something. Oh, maybe I did. I'm just to say I saw her throw something and then I saw
the dog is sleeping. So I think you are able to put two and two together. That's what happened. What would your questions be, Vincent?
So, knowing it's fairies, knowing it's pixie dust, and hoping that we still get to use the Jonny homebrew rule that I can ask anything. What? I'm still confused by the cuts. Do fairies do anything with blood?
Fairies themselves, there's a lot of different types of fairies. The type of fairy I think that you're thinking of, like a pixie or whatever like that, that's not really their MO. It would probably be some other sort of creature that would be doing something with involving blood. On
the fairy's behalf, perhaps. I'm filling in blanks so you don't have to answer.
That is a thing that there are fairies. They kind of work in hierarchical structures. They typically will work for someone in the Fae realm, if you will, who they might be working under. Mm-hmm. So yes, they might be doing that on somebody else's behalf, perhaps. But that is not particularly like a fairy or like a sprite or a pixie or anything that they would typically do. Probably something else, though.
Then I want to know, can we save Violet? Is there a way to because here's what I'm assuming. Mm-hmm. Here's my theory. My old theory is out because we just met Violet, that I thought that it was a full-on sacrifice thing. Mm-hmm. I now think that it is a longevity procreation almost kind of thing, where this is maybe how new fairies are made, is that you give them a child and the child is, instead of growing into an adult, they are grown into a fairy. So my question is, do I know from smart-assedly looking over Ronan's shoulder when I was supposed to be studying but was instead sharpening my knives and cleaning my guns or whatever, do I know, is there a limit to how long it takes? Is there a way to turn a child who has been given to the fairies back into a child?
So I think as you're kind of looking through the results that have come back to you, there is a couple of different creature names that are associated that maybe work with fairies sometimes, related to fairies. And there's one that kind of catches your eye, a changeling. And you read into it that sometimes fairies will take human children to live in the Fae world.
But leaves a fairy child behind in their place?
It doesn't say anything about leaving a fairy child behind. Just that it will sometimes take children that then will live with them. For all intents and purposes, though, the changelings are still humans, but they are, through their extended time being in the Fae world, they can take on some Fae powers and abilities that are sometimes granted to them by fairy lords.
And I'm out of questions, but I have another question.
That's really great. I think as you're investigating this, all of a sudden you hear a woman frantically going around, Max? Max?
Shit. I'm gonna
Where did he
ditch
go?
the thing and stand up.
Max? And she just is frantically looking around the playground. Did you see where he went?
I get that. And that sucks. I'm invested in this, but not invested enough to talk to a lady. I'm going to go straight for the fucking castle.
Okay.
Yeah, is there anything in here or is there anything weird in here?
Why don't you roll read bad situation?
Happily.
Can you describe this castle a little bit?
It looks like a gigantic fairy tale type castle. It is in very nice condition. It's been painted with a lot of intricate details, but it looks it's kind of got fake bricks on the outside, but it's really just wood. Wood
painted. I'm imagining almost like the fucking Disney logo from the beginning of all the new
Yep. It's got very steepled towers. It's got a little slide. It's got some ancillary other things like that little spinny thing and like a seesaw off to the side. It's got like a little jungle gym with monkey bars and stuff. But for all intents and purposes, it's a normal playground. Jonny, what did you roll for read a bad situation?
I rolled real well. I rolled a 12.
What are your questions?
I mean, obviously, the first thing I want to know is I'm following my instinct as to where Max might have gone or been taken, which is to the castle. My assumption is that the castle is like the house or the gateway, and I don't need to ask about that. Well, yet. I get 2 questions, 3 questions?
2 questions. Oh, wait, 3 questions with read a bad situation.
Shit, yes. I want to know can I tell where Max has gone? Like, is my baseball bat somewhere that he may have dropped in?
Sure. So you're looking around the castle, and I think pretty apparently you see that Max's father has actually been knocked out with the baseball bat, it looks like. And he has got a cut on his arm, just like the other victims that you've read about. Most of the other families at this point have left. I think you guys have been here for a little time, and it had started to get dark. But you don't see any trace of Max. It looks like maybe somebody came here, had a fight, beat up his dad, and took him. Okay.
I'm going to run into the castle to the extent that I can. I may have to, bear crawl in. Mm-hmm. Do I see anything? Do I sense anything weird in here? And can I shout Max's name inside?
Okay. You start shouting his name. I think you see another, small child in there who's, crouched, kind of looks scared. They look at you and they're like, well, Max isn't here.
Did you see a kid with a baseball bat?
Yeah.
Where'd he go?
A big man took him.
What kind of a big man?
He looked like a troll.
Where did he take him?
And he just points towards the woods that way.
Come meet me in the woods.
You still have one more question.
Here's my question. My question is the following.
Olivia, I think you start to wake up, by the way.
That was my question. When pixie dust is used, how long does it leave someone asleep? I.e., if I leave Olivia here, will she be asleep for too long?
No, I think it is pretty short duration. I think it is almost exclusively used as an escape way or an escape route for them. If they feel like they need to get out, they will use pixie dust to secure an escape. So it's only going to last for tops a few minutes. And so you're starting to wake up Olivia, and you are a little bit groggy, but I think it's starting to wear off.
Then Vincent is going to sprint towards the woods in the direction that the kid pointed, and before he breaks the tree line, he's going to do as distinctive a whistle as possible to signal to Olivia where I am and where I'm going.
Okay. Why don't you roll act under pressure?
Happily. That is a 10.
Okay. So yeah, Olivia, as you're waking up from this little drowsy sleep that you just had, you very distinctly hear Vincent calling out for you. You know exactly the direction that he's headed.
That thing where your ears both turn in the same direction?
Mm-hmm.
Because you're a wolf.
What do you do?
I'll sneeze. Shake off waking up. Yeah, I think being that I don't see anybody around and the loudest thing I hear is a whistle, and then I see Vincent run in, I'd run after him.
Okay. So you guys start tearing after in the woods, leaving behind the family who is quite confused and wondering where their son Max has gone. Ronan, you are obviously a little ways ahead since you kind of ran after Violet. You are starting to run through what looks like maybe is the wreckage that was described from some of the tornadoes and other weather anomalies that have been going on. And it is just like a disaster zone. There's a lot of debris and a lot of places that you don't have great eyesight and eye lines on. She's starting to gain further distance from you.
Am I able to tell if I'm being watched?
Are you running after her or are you sneaking?
I'm sneaking behind her, and I'm also looking around, making sure that I'm not being watched by whatever
Roll read a bad situation.
other fairies. 7.
Okay. So you can ask one question, and you're asking is anything, or essentially any dangers we haven't noticed. You don't see anything else watching you at the moment, but you do maybe hear some commotion behind you as your friends are a few hundred yards back. They are not being nearly as quiet as you.
I might overtake you, Ronan.
You cannot outrun a werewolf.
Can I less conceal myself and go a little bit faster to keep up?
If you want to continue pursuing her, yes, I think that's going to be another act under pressure roll.
10.
Okay. So she definitely hears you and sees you kind of running behind her. And so she kind of darts off into some of this wreckage. You don't have an immediate sightline on her, but you are getting closer to her.
Violet, are you okay? I saw you run off.
Batman, don't follow me,
I'm not a bad man.
says you.
What do you mean you were too big to play on the playground?
I'm too big. The slides are too small for me.
Is her physical size just like...
She's 15. So,
Oh,
I
I
mean,
see.
she could play on the playground, but it's meant for kids, like young kids.
I mean, you said yourself that, anyone can be, a child.
Sure, but I'm not. Not really. I don't think so.
Have you ever tried?
Being a human? Have you tried?
I meant playing, like, out on the
Let's
playground.
play a game right now.
What game do you want to play?
Hide and seek. You close your eyes, count to 30, and if you find me, you win.
What happens if I don't find you?
Then I win.
I don't like the odds of this game. Can I hear them coming up?
I think they're running behind you guys. Yeah, they're rolling up now.
Yeah, let's play hide and seek. And I think I say
Like,
that out loud.
To us? Yeah.
To you guys.
To
yes.
Vincent and a wolf.
And I assume you guys might like hide for a second.
Oh, Olivia's going to try and disappear into the shadows.
Okay, that sounds like a roll act under pressure.
So am I hiding first or are you hiding first?
Me. So you have to close your eyes. No peeking.
Okay. That's the most evil laugh.
8.
Okay, so I think you are able to sneak off, but it's probably not as stealthy as you think it is. She definitely knows that there are 2 other people here. And your friends have to close their eyes too.
You can say no.
Mm-hmm.
But this being my hometown, and this being the woods next to the playground, do I have any intel on where might be a good hiding place that a kid might hide?
Roll investigate a mystery.
Fuck.
You gonna burn that luck point?
It's a high F.
What's your roll?
I rolled a 6.
Okay. You know the perfect spot. There's a tree trunk that's quite hollowed out that a kid
Yeah.
can easily hide in.
Totally.
And so you go over to the spot.
And I want to say I like do a thing to run and like, I got this. Don't worry.
And I go, okay,
Don't worry.
we're good.
You're checking out the tree trunk and you're looking inside. And you look up. And you see her. And she goes, shh. And she sprinkles some dust on you.
So cute, though.
And then I think you guys just what do you guys do next?
Yeah. Just
So
move up.
I assume that I see him go down.
He's kind of tucked
Oh,
away,
no,
so you don't see. He's inside
I would have been
this
like,
tree.
I got this, and I would have run off, like sort of towards this tree, and I went inside. Whatever happened inside, you wouldn't have seen.
When Violet had said, like, your friends have to close their eyes too, Olivia would have, like, stopped and, like, gone on the ground, like, kind of like a cattle dog, like, freezing.
Okay.
But I want to, like, sniff the air. Can I smell anything else out here with us?
Why don't you roll investigate a mystery? I think you guys see Vincent emerge from the tree.
Oh no!
I'm gonna go check over this way. And Vincent starts running off into the woods.
I rolled an 8.
Okay.
Do I notice anything weird about Vincent?
It looks like Vincent.
So my question is, can I smell any other things and people out here?
You can smell what smells like it's just another human, but maybe there's like kind of a weird smell to it, kind of more floral than you are maybe used to from with most humans. You do also detect another smell that you don't know where to really place it. It's not human. It's not human, and it is a little ways off into the woods.
Do I see and hear Vincent say he's gonna go off wherever?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm gonna follow him. Like, I think that it's Vincent, and I would rather protect him than Ronan.
Okay.
Oh,
Because we're friends.
that's true.
Roll act under pressure.
Question for the audience. Is Vincent running in the direction of where she smelled the non-human thing?
Yes.
Or is he running in some
They're
random
not
direction?
like it's not like the exact direction, but I would say like if you're looking at a clock, the direction that Vincent is running off, we'll just say it's 12 o'clock. Mm-hmm. And the direction of this other scent is maybe at like 3 o'clock.
And which direction is like the playground? Back at 6? Like the way we came in from.
It's a little bit further like south, so maybe more like 4 or 5 o'clock.
Okay.
So I rolled a 4.
Okay. You lose Vincent.
Oh.
It's too quick for you.
I think Olivia like whimpers a little bit and trying to find him.
And then you're kind of sniffing around, and I think after a moment you head back to the tree, and there's Vincent in the tree. What the hell?
Olivia will like nose and lick his face and like whimper and like paw at his chest.
Give me a couple more minutes, baby.
So yeah, you start stirring, I think, with that, and you come to.
Like nip your shoulder.
There's no trace of this 15-year-old girl anymore. She's gone.
What? Fuck.
I think you guys are all kind of checking in on Vincent. What do you guys want to do next?
I want to shoot awake if I can, if I'm not groggy or whatever.
Am I there with you guys, or like what?
Yeah, I think you guys are all kind of crowding around the tree. And Vincent maybe kind of comes out of the tree that he was in.
I think we lost.
What do you mean you think we lost?
Hide and seek. Which way did we? She was here.
Oh, you saw her.
Yeah, I think she was mad that we broke the rules.
What happened?
She got me with the pixie dust. Then I went out for a few seconds. And then Olivia woke me up. I gesture at the wolf.
Oh.
And when I got up, she was gone.
Wait a minute. A wolf? What? What?
I want to walk up to Ronan and put both of my hands on either side of his face and be like, Ronan, try to focus on what we're doing here.
You feel a pain in your calf, Vincent. Olivia like nips your calf.
Yeah, I know. And I'm like, we're going to deal with that in a second.
Olivia. And I like point at the dog. At the wolf.
Here's what's important, Ronan. We are on the hunt for a little girl. And we have a wolf who will work with us, who has
Olivia.
an exceptional sense of smell. The wolf's name is Olivia. That doesn't matter.
No, but is it a wolf named Olivia, or is it...
That doesn't matter.
I think you guys, as you guys are having this argument, Olivia, that smell that you had noticed, that non-human smell, it's gotten a lot closer to you.
Can I tell which direction?
Yeah, comes coming from behind you.
Okay, I'm gonna whine, but like spin around and like bare my fangs and like growl at the direction that I smell it.
Would Ronan have some type of an emergency like contact like device or something like outside of his cell phone that like gets help immediately?
That would maybe be something that you would have to work with Olivia to create. Oh, actually, you know what? Roll as if you are dealing with the agency, because weird tech is one of your tags. So if you roll well, then I will say yes, you have something that you can use.
That is a 7.
Okay. So I think you do have a device that you can use in this instance. It's definitely supposed to be only for like emergencies. So that is the downside of it, is that using this might get some attention from your superiors.
Yes. Is there a way to communicate with the agency to this? Well, let's see. How to deal with a ferry? Like, can I get that information across and have them send me something to help?
Well, maybe.
Fair enough.
As you are having this idea of what to call, Olivia has started growling at something that is coming, seems to be maybe approaching, and you guys actually can start to hear it. There is this stomping. And you guys whirl around in the direction that she is barking, and you see this hulking 7-foot brute. It's got red eyes, gray, stony skin, sharp teeth, and he's wearing this woolen red cap that is dyed red with blood. And he's just got this shapeless tunic that's spattered with even more blood.
Hey, Violet, is this your friend?
She is not. She's not around here anymore.
Son of a bitch.
Can I leap at this person?
Are you gonna kick some ass?
You mean this ogre?
Yeah.
So you go to kick some ass, go for it. This large figure has this really menacing looking pole axe that is pointed at you.
Careful.
Cool, love that. But I roll sharp, correct?
To kick some ass, did you have a move that changed your stats for that? I forget.
Yeah, 2-fisted science, I roll plus sharp to kick some ass instead of tough.
Then yes. Roll kick some ass using sharp.
Cool! 6.
Okay. So you go to attack this thing and you go to chomp on its leg or something, I assume, because it is quite tall. So you don't have
Good news, though.
You don't have a great vantage point. Did you level up?
I did!
Yay!
You know what I'm gonna do?
What are you gonna do?
I'm gonna level up my sharp!
Nice. So now you'll have +3. So you go to attack this hulking figure, and it does not quite go the way that you wanted to. So on a miss, I think you just get your ass kicked instead.
Correct.
So you go to bite this thing, and it sees you coming. It's faster than it looks.
I tried to, chomp at its neck, but...
It takes its pole axe, and it stabs, right into your shoulder haunch. And that's gonna get you for 3 harm.
Oh.
And I
armor
don't
fly?
think you're wearing your armor. You took it all off. So that's 3 harm.
Cool.
I'm gonna throw a grenade.
Yeah.
Okay. Why don't you roll kick some ass?
Oh, don't you miss.
I'm gonna burn a luck point.
Oh, boy.
In a full reversal of my usual stance on misses.
Actually, hold on a minute. Let me calculate this better by actually looking strategically at
do
my dice.
numbers. Do math, John.
Nope. I'm gonna burn a luck point.
Okay.
That's
okay.
I'm not
That's
fast
number
enough with
4, I think, for the night.
Confirmed. Ronan Parks may not have a job after this mission.
So you roll that, and you throw your grenade.
I'm a one-shot type of guy.
So on a 10+, you get to choose one extra effect. You gain the advantage, take +1 forward, or give +1 forward to another hunter. You inflict terrible harm, which is +1 harm. You suffer less harm, or you force them where you want them.
Inflict terrible harm.
Okay. So your grenades does 4 harm, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. So you deal 5 harm to this thing, and you launch this grenade
Katoosh.
at its feet.
Take this, you son of a bitch.
Olivia is close to the blast radius, so you might want to get back, but you hit this thing, and it kind of staggers him.
Can I roll protect someone to help with that?
You may roll protect someone.
That's very enough. It's a 13.
Okay, so you protect them. You protect Olivia.
I'm gonna run in and just like scoop up the wolf in my enormous arms.
Yep.
Slow motion explosion.
So on a 10+, you get to choose an effect. You can suffer little harm. All impending dangers not focus on you. You inflict harm on the enemy, or you hold the enemy back.
I wanna like. I think I wanna like have the effect be that I hold the enemy back, but I don't think it's me. I think like what I want to do is sort of grab Olivia the wolf and pull her such that the explosion is between us and this ogre.
Okay. I think you will protect her just fine, but I think you will get one harm from maybe some debris that kind of flies out from this grenade.
That sounds right.
The shrapnel.
From some of the shrapnel from the grenade, you might like lodge some in like your back.
Ooh.
Yeah.
And you'll take that. Ronan, I do think the monster is just kind of like roars like and goes over, and it's focusing its attention on you now, and it just starts running at you, and it's got its pole axe.
I am going to try to shoot. Oh, how many grenades do I have?
I'm gonna say 3.
Like 3 left?
2 left. All right. I'm going to take out my hunting rifle with a scope and try to peg this thing in the head.
Okay, kick some ass.
That would be 12.
Okay. So you get this thing for, what was it, 4 or 3? No, how much is the hunting rifle? 2?
2.
2 harm. What do you want for your extra effect?
Force it where I want it, and I would assume, like, I'm trying to shoot it to disorient it and kind of knock it down.
Okay, so you do that, but I do think it is gonna get you. But I think as you're doing this, it's gonna change tactics, and it's actually gonna bite you.
The ogre is going to bite me?
I never said it was an ogre.
Can I protect someone?
I said it was an ogre.
You can roll protect someone.
Oh,
That is with plus tough, though.
yeah, it's totally fine.
Do I have an opportunity to? Well, no. You said I don't have a chance.
So you will be able to force it where you want to after whatever happens, but it is still going to get you. You will still suffer harm as normal.
Yeah, you do what you do. It does what it does.
Okay.
9!
Okay.
I have a negative 1.
You protect them okay, but you suffer some or all of the harm they were going to get.
Cool.
So
I think Olivia like scrambles out of Vincent's like arms and like maybe tries to pull Ronan away or jumps in front of him.
yeah, I think you do that, and this thing, you're right in its way, and it's gonna get you for 2 harm.
Ew.
With its
Okay.
fucking teeth.
With its teeth. You just hear this horrible, like, from the wolf as Olivia is getting bit. You are unstable, and you are at 5 harm. You are not looking good.
Yeah, I see that. I have it on my
I
sheet here.
think Ronan's gonna yell, "Olivia, get out of here!"
I have a very important question. So I saw that Max's dad had been knocked out with the baseball bat. Did I see the baseball bat? Was the baseball bat strewn about somewhere?
Yeah, the baseball bat was left there.
Fuck.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think you do notice after you because you kind of shoved. Where did you want to force him? Like force him back?
I wanted to, like, as he was running at me, I wanted to take a shot at his head and hopefully disorient him, knocking him down.
Yeah, I think you kind of want to just knock him over.
So yeah, I think that happens, but he's got this blood in his teeth from biting Olivia, and I think you guys see him actually take the cap off of his head, and he just slicks the cap through his mouth and coats it with more blood, and then puts it back on, and he just kind of and then starts to stand up.
Sus about that hat.
Okay, thing number 1. So here's the thing. The reason I asked about the baseball bat is because what I want to do is leap into the fucking fray with my fists and gun. Mm-hmm. But kind of prior to that, I want to pull Olivia out of the fray and then say to the wolf, "Do you remember the scent of my baseball bat? And can you find the kid who had it?"
Is the baseball bat back at the park?
The baseball bat is back at the park, but what I want you to isolate Max's scent, and I want you to find him.
She is quite hurt.
Yeah, and that would be like running to the park and then running into the woods.
I want you to not be in this fight anymore. I want me and Ronan to take care of this fucking thing, which is apparently not a fucking ogre.
I think Olivia, like, whimpers, but I feel like you give her a look. Like, it's one of those looks that's like, no, you're taking another drink kind of look. Like,
yeah. Mm-hmm. Kind of a you can do this, but also kind of a it will be better for you if you can do this.
She will, like, sneeze at you and then run back towards the park as best as I can.
Okay, so you go off and you do that.
And then I want to spin back on this thing and be like, I want to talk to it.
Okay.
I don't know or care if it can talk. I want to have my gun out at my side. And I want to just be like...
Who is it targeting right now?
I think you.
Just me?
You're the one that's done, like, the most damage to it, so...
I've got aggro.
And I want to shout at it, and I want to just be like, look, you son of a bitch. This is my town.
Picking a fight with.
Yeah. I think it just kind of, like, looks at you and just kind of starts doing this deep, hearty chuckle, like...
You want to come stomping around here like you're the biggest thing? You may be taller than me, but you ain't bigger.
It stands up to its full 7-foot height.
Uh-huh. Yeah, real impressive, real nice. Look at what you're wearing. Look at what I'm wearing.
What is he
He's wearing like a little like tunic.
Okay.
It's covered in blood and shit.
What's he wearing under the tunic?
Probably
the monster.
Nothing.
Rags.
A diaper?
Why?
I don't know. What are you looking for?
I'm looking for something I can slip a grenade into while he's distracted.
I don't.
Not like. God damn it.
No, I get it, and I love it.
I don't. I honestly
it.
don't think he's wearing anything underneath the tunic. I think it's just a tunic.
Here's the question: is there anything that he is wearing that is like
that is not weird,
tight to his skin, into which could be tucked, say, a $1 bill, or like a tag, or like fucking an incendiary device?
I mean, his cap looks like a pretty good place to put something, but it's on his head.
It's on the top of his head.
Would I be? I mean, how you said he was what? 7?
He's 7 foot tall. I think Ronan, right at about this time, your comms device starts buzzing on you.
And I'm going to shout, "Don't look at him, look at me."
Puny human. And I think it starts kind of trudging towards you, Vincent, and it's going to come ready to swipe at you with
I'll show you who's fucking
hand.
puny. Kabam! Kicking some ass.
Okay, I'm gonna kick some ass.
With my trench coat and everything running up, is it possible for him to like parkour off of a tree and like shove a grenade in the back of his hat?
You're gonna have to roll. I think that's gonna be 2 rolls. I think you're gonna have to roll act under pressure to not fall on your face.
To do that insane shit?
To do parkour. And then I think you're gonna have to roll kick some ass. What did you roll, Vincent?
Who, me?
Yes.
I rolled a 6.
Oh boy.
Oh,
and
buddy.
I leveled up.
Okay.
Yay!
And what I am taking is that I'm going to gain an ally, one of my old crew.
Okay.
And what I would love is for my old pal Chains.
Chains?
I thought you were gonna say Chuck.
No, that would have been normal, dumbass. I would love for my old pal Chains to have heard from Ursula and Hurley that I'm in town and arrive somewhat soon. In the meantime, I'm gonna get my ass kicked.
Yes. So here's what that means. You roll to try to shoot this thing, and you go to shoot with your revolver that you were shooting with?
Yeah, I'm a 38.
So you go to shoot this thing, but it just glances off, almost like the skin is just hardened, and it looks like gray stony skin. It just glances off of this guy, and he comes at you, and he swipes at you with his hand, and he slashes you for 1 harm. But at that same time, you hear from behind you what sounds like some people approaching. You look and you see, sure enough, there's chains, but Ursula is also here. And she's like, oh my god, 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 what is that? What is that? And it's attracted the attention of this hulking figure. And it looks like it's going to go after them.
Absolutely not. Protect someone, protect someone, protect someone.
I rolled a 14.
For what?
To what?
To do the,
to act under pressure? Okay.
Yep, for act under pressure.
So you're able to, I think, get up on this tree in a cool way.
Holy shit! And they're like, wait, hang on, what's this? And Ronan's like running up a tree.
9 for kick some ass.
Hot damn, cowboy.
You stop midair. Yeehaw.
Okay, so here's what I think happens. You go to try to put this grenade under this creature's hat. It doesn't quite work the way you want. You are able to kind of jump up and you have him, but you can't quite maneuver your hands. What I think happens is that he hits you and will get you with his teeth. He'll kind of bite your arm. For 2 harm, ignore armor.
Son of a bitch.
And you fall off, but you have the hat.
Okay.
And he looks at you with wide eyes and is like, just does not like that you now have his hat.
I think I'm going to take off running with it.
Okay. A lot of things happening here. I'm going to cut to Olivia. So you are running and you're trying to find this scent of this boy.
My nose sniffing is so loud.
Yes. Roll investigate a mystery with +1.
Heck yeah. 12.
Okay. That's great. So you get to ask 2 questions.
I guess, where is the boy?
Okay. So you are able to follow the scent of this trail, and it leads away from the park and into the woods, deep into the woods, into a pretty remote part of the forest. It looks like maybe it's like kind of almost like a national, not a national park, but like a local state park probably. You can follow the trail, I think, all the way to what seems to be like a clearing in the woods, but you don't see anything. It's just a clearing.
I feel like this is my question of the night, but what's being concealed?
I think your shapeshifter senses are especially attuned, and you can almost like hear this humming in the air that sometimes you've noticed when there are quantum abnormalities like portals.
She means magic shit.
Mm-hmm.
No, she means quantum abnormalities.
You're picking up some energy that maybe there is a hidden doorway here.
Okay. Can I tentatively like step into the clearing?
You can step into the clearing, yeah.
Okay. I guess like using my wolf hearing, where is the humming loudest coming from?
In the center of the clearing.
All right, I'm gonna stalk towards that.
Okay. So you kind of approach there, and you walk kind of near the area where you hear the humming, but you just pass right through it. You don't seem to be going through anything necessarily. If there's something here, then it might be some sort of magic or something that you need to do.
Okay, because I'm great at that.
But you are absolutely certain with that good of a roll, there is a portal in this clearing, and if you can figure out how to activate it, you're pretty sure that that is where Max went to. The trail ends cold here.
Okay. My last question, and then if I don't find anything, I'm just going to head back. Are there any, like, runes or markings anywhere on the trees or hidden in any bushes or on the ground covered by leaves?
Roll. I think you're going to have to roll again for that because you used your 2 questions.
14.
Nice. I think you do see some like carvings in some of the trees that look like they are maybe some sort of like runes, some sort of symbols that you don't know much about, but they seem like they could correspond to some sort of magic.
Okay, but I understand that the boy had here.
He was
gone through
here. From what you can tell, he had been brought here and was brought through this portal that is here. You need to figure out how to activate it. He is somewhere on the other side.
Okay, I don't want to do this without the others, but the only other question I want to ask, I guess kind of using my last investigate question, are there any footprints or tracks here, like the size of Violet, the size of this thing that we had been fighting, or something else?
Absolutely. So you definitely see small footprints that look like they belong to a child. You assume they are Max's. But then you also see a little bit of a larger set, maybe a little smaller than your own, that you would guess are probably Violet's going in and out of this portal. And you also see large, almost like Bigfoot-like footprints as well in the area.
Okay. Then, finding all of that, I will dart back to the fight.
All right, you will reconnect with them in a little bit of time. Back over here, so this thing was going to, I think, swing at Ursula. I think what I would like to do is to have, because I'm trying to remember, you were going to protect.
Wait, didn't I roll to protect someone and I rolled okay?
Yes, you rolled, I don't remember what your roll was, but I did want you to roll protect somebody if you were going to protect Ursula. But I think Ronan was also going to do something at the same time. I don't remember what. Can you remind me what was Ronan trying to do before we cut over to Olivia?
I took the hat and I was running away with it.
Okay. So I think he is kind of like when the hat comes off, I think he was like mid swing. So I do think he is going to still try to go after Ursula and Chains. We still want to have you roll your protect someone, but I think after that he is going to fully try to run after you, Ronan. Okay. So roll and protect someone, Vincent.
Sick. 11.
Okay. So you do get an advantage.
I want all attention focused on me. I will take whatever this is.
Okay.
I want him to get that hat out of here.
All right. So I think he was swinging with his claw, I think, so he's just going to get you for one harm. And you were able to kind of, I think, get in the way and kind of push Ursula and Chains back so that they don't get attacked. Then the monster kind of whirls around and sees that his hat is gone, and he's like, and just starts charging towards you, Ronan.
I have a weird question.
Yes.
Do Chains or Ursula have any melee weapons?
I think Chains probably has
a club or a blade or a dagger.
I think Chains probably has like some sort of
brass knuckles,
utility knife or something like that.
Okay.
And then I think Ursula, she's never really been one for close quarters, but I think she does have. You've always known her to pack a small gun that she just usually conceals in like her purse.
I'm gonna take my rifle. I'm gonna push it into Chains' chest. I'm gonna, almost without him noticing, I think, grab his knife and go keep it mad and run at it with this knife and try to slash at it.
All right, so roll to kick some ass. Ronan, what are you doing? You just trying to keep it away from this thing or what?
I'm literally just running, trying to keep this thing away from him because it seems like he keeps using it.
I think as you were running away, you hear over the comms Julia's voice going,
"I'm back from my break. Did you figure out what was going on yet?
Running. Big green hat. Running. Fairies, help!
On it."
And she goes quiet, and you presume she is looking something up. What did you roll for kick some ass?
I rolled a 7.
Okay. So I'm going to say with the knife, it's only going to do one harm to this thing.
Which is okay, because my main deal was to grab its attention and make it bleed and look at me.
Okay. So you roll that. It will take the harm, but it also will get you as it's kind of running away. I think it's going to slash at you with its claws. It's making sense. It's still going after the cat, but it's kind of just bats you aside with its hand. And so it'll get you for another harm.
Okay. I am unstable.
Okay.
No.
I think at this moment, Olivia, you arrive. But you, I think, have taken another harm from all of this exertion. So you're at 6 harm.
Yeah.
So unless you do some healing, you are not doing so hot. I would suggest perhaps seeing if you have any sort of medical aid that you might get right now.
It's back at the park.
That's true, although Ronan does have weird tech as one of the agency tags. So it could be possible that we have some sort of healing stuff.
And I might know somebody around here, but...
So what do you guys want to do?
I mean, I'm gonna shadow Vincent. Like, I'm at his side.
So you go to do this. The creature is still running after Ronan. It is going to launch after you to try to grab for its cap.
I need Chains to take a shot.
Okay, Chains will shoot at this thing. Roll for him.
I'm going to set a trap.
12.
Oh.
Okay. So Chains is great at this. Chains is going to take a shot at this thing, and I think it's probably just going to do two harm, because it's... What gun were you giving him?
I give him my hunting rifle, which is 2 harm, and
Okay.
far loud, so I think I wanted, if I can have it be 3
To do extra
with that
harm.
roll, to do
Okay.
extra harm.
Okay, so that was a really good shot, and he got it, like, right in the head. But this thing is still alive. You need
Of course it is.
You need to do something here that you're not seeing. Ronan.
I am going to release his hat with a grenade in it.
Okay. I think you put the grenade in the hat, you pull the pin, roll kick some ass.
It's a 7, but should I use that point to make it better? I'll do a 7.
7 is good.
All right, so you throw it at this thing, but he is like jumping towards you. So I think you're gonna maybe get a little bit of a blowback. I think after everything, you're gonna take 1 harm.
Okay.
But the good news is that the cap does go off with this grenade in it. And I think as this is happening, you hear Julia saying,
It's a red cap! You have to destroy its cap!
and then
Thanks, Jules.
I'm laying on the ground on my back. Thank you.
and the cap goes off, and this thing just instantly just falls to its knees. It looks at you, and it's like got that like the noise of like the troll from Harry Potter. It's just like falls onto the ground.
We did it. We survived. My back.
You guys are pretty hurt.
Yeah, Olivia's definitely like laying on the ground and whimpering.
Am I able to do some type of first aid stuff?
I think roll as if you're rolling deal with the agency to see if you have like a med kit or something.
I could give a shit. I'm going to walk up to Olivia and be like, where is he?
3.
Oof. I
It's
don't.
real bad.
Yeah, that's not good.
Olivia will shakily get back up on her legs. I guess, like, try to lead you to where she had followed the scent of the boy.
I will say, Olivia, you do not need to be in wolf form to follow the scent of this thing. So if you wanted to try to use a device or something that maybe would heal you up, I would suggest you do it now.
I've got something else up my sleeve, but
Okay.
like I don't think she would. Like I feel there's a number of things that are preventing her from changing back. Like she doesn't know why Vincent knows who she is. Ronan doesn't know who she is. Changing back, she's not gonna have clothes.
Okay. All right, so you, unfortunately, Ronan, do not have anything to heal up Olivia. And for some reason, she is not changing back into her form. But you guys can see a trail of blood behind her as she is walking away.
I want to roll sharp to see if I can figure out why she might not be changing back.
Okay, roll plus sharp.
Oh, I rolled good. That's a 12. So I'm going to, 1, take off my leather jacket and throw it around this wolf. And then 2, grab this wolf by both sides of its head and be like, Olivia, it's okay. You're hurt. Point me at it and then take care of you.
I'm not crying, you're crying. She'll look at like the slight, I think like kind of like path that she had came And probably, like Lauren had said, like blood that's splattering some of the grass and some of the leaves.
Yeah, it's not hard for you guys to follow the trail with the blood, I think, that had been strewn behind from Olivia.
I think that, like, she'll paw at the ground and, like, scrape in the dirt, like magic.
Write it out in, like, words. Mm-hmm. I think Ursula might actually come over to this little scene that's going on, and she'll be like, God, what is... She looks at the monster that's on the ground. I should have known you'd be up to this shit.
Help or fucking leave.
Yeah. And I think she starts tearing up her card again and is going to attempt to actually stabilize your wound.
Not...
Olivia?
Yeah. If she was making any move towards me, I would push her off.
Nope.
And be like, her. Because I am going to go in the direction that Olivia sent me, leaving a blood trail of my own.
Mm-hmm. I was going to say Vincent might want to roll manipulate someone, because I think Olivia's going to bare her teeth at this woman who was talking shit to Vincent. He's a friend.
Vincent, you have to roll manipulate someone then, apparently.
All right. It's not going to go. That's a one.
I was going to say I would allow you to roll intimidate someone, like with using intimidate someone, but that's still not good.
Well, then it's a 4.
Yeah. So then you mark experience if you don't do it. What you gonna do?
Because I think with that roll and with what I was going to do anyway, I'm just going to be like, not me, her, and then just leave. Mm-hmm. And make no real attempt to ingratiate Ursula to Olivia.
I think Olivia will bare her teeth at Ursula, but she'll, like, what I want to have happen is Olivia to go into some bushes, change back. It's going to take about, like, 5 minutes, and then come back out in her, like, human form, and then we'll allow Ursula to help.
Ronan, would you roll act under pressure for me?
11.
Okay, that's great. So I think your wound is stabilized, and you will heal 1 harm. She's kind of tying it up, and she's like, so you running in with Vincent? Always leads to trouble.
Who's he to you? Wait, no. Sorry, that was to Casey. Olivia's gonna be quiet and just, like, observe.
Mm-hmm. And I think because I don't think you really have any clothes for yourself.
I have a jacket.
You have my jacket.
Definitely, like, kind of sitting very, like, yeah, just trying to be as small as possible.
I think Ursula will hand you maybe, like, a skirt or something that she's got in the little truck that they took to get here. So she will hand that over to you so that you can cover up yourself a little bit better. Yeah. Where the fuck did he go?
I feel like Olivia would maybe say to Ronan, like, he's gonna need some help. He went that way, and she's gonna point him. There's some sort of portal and some magical carvings in the trees. I couldn't get it to work.
Okay. Are you good? You look pretty bad.
I think what I want to do is actually I want to time jump. I want to time jump to you guys have kind of recuperated a little bit. You all managed to get to the clearing in the woods that Olivia had pointed out. You take a little time to get there, and I think, Vincent, you've kind of had some time to inspect this thing, but you can't, you're looking around it, you can't really figure out how to get through, but you know that's where you need to go. Would you roll Investigate a Mystery for me, please?
8.
Okay. So I think you are able to tell that if you can light up the carvings that are on the trees, you are able to open up whatever this portal is. You're pretty sure that you have to activate them.
Will you tell me more than light up? What do you mean by that?
Do you need to activate them somehow?
Yeah, you need to activate them somehow. So whether that is using some sort of magic or maybe some sort of fire, some sort of earth magic would probably be the best way to do it, since this isn't a forest clearing.
Johnny, do you want to use, like, one of your questions, like, who the best person to activate these runes?
I don't think I have one of those questions, but I do want to know it.
Mm-hmm.
I think because my plan initially was to run bleeding into this clearing and sort of shout at the place where Olivia had or may have referenced and be like,
well, you can see the blood trail circling around this thing and the thicker parts of where she stood for a while.
And like yell to this thing, just like, seriously? Children? Kids from my town? You want to just, why don't you pick on somebody?
Roll manipulate somebody with tough. I think you guys are just arriving right as he is kind of finishing yelling.
I'm in this
sentence.
space too, right?
I will say, Olivia, in this time, I think you were able to get the rest of your gear too.
Okay, I was gonna say, can I grab a duffel bag?
I think Ursula had it in her truck with her. I think she went back, she looped back.
Fucking bitch!
She looped back and she saw what you had and she's like, what the hell is this? And she went to go confront you guys about it.
Yeah, that's my girl.
Don't like her. Hate her.
Do we see the runes?
You see the runes and you see Vincent screaming at this circle.
Is there any like offering type of plate or anything like that to activate these things?
You don't see anything like that. It's just an open wood clearing. What was your manipulate someone roll?
My manipulate someone roll with tough was 9.
Okay. Olivia, what were you wanting to do?
I was gonna wanted to do a weird science.
What is your weird science that you'd like to do?
I want to make something that simulates magic.
Okay. So something that maybe is like a magical, emanates a magical energy.
Yeah.
Okay. Roll it.
11.
Okay. So I think you get to choose what the requirement is. And I think it is, with how your roll is, I'm pretty sure you can almost like do it no problem, because I think you get to waive one of the requirements anyway. So I think there normally would be a requirement, but because you are just so focused, you are able to be like, no, I don't even need that, and you're able to bypass whatever it is. So you create this thing just fine.
Okay.
But I think normally it would probably, be something like a weird component or something. Honestly, it's probably the fucking crystals. You need a weird component like a crystal, and you find one here.
Okay. All right. I don't know why, but I'm picturing it as like a box, but then like has a mini like net dome on top of it that like opens up, and I put the crystal in and then close it, and then almost like a like projector, like it kind of sort of like glows and like kind of emanates like
It kind of blows out like a little bubble.
Like from Horizon Zero Dawn, turning on the focus.
No, I just imagine like pink like lights, like twinkling lights.
Yeah, and I think it expands in this area and it lights up all of the runes that are on these tree, or these carvings that are on these tree, and they sort of light up and they start glowing. The same pinkish color of the magic that you had used. You guys start to see this shimmery space in the air in the middle of this clearing start shimmering, and if you kind of look through it, you can kind of see what seems like something. It doesn't match the scenery around it, and I think you see poking her head out of the portal is Violet. You found me. Good job.
Can we?
Yes. You have out of character, out of whatever. You have effectively defeated the monster. The monster was the red cap that you fought, but there is still some ongoing threads that you can wrap up. The child that has been taken, Violet herself.
I was gonna say,
yeah.
Where are you going, or like where were you?
This is my home. I live here.
I want to scream at her. Why are you going to let what happened to you, clutching my bleeding side, happen to another child?
What happened to me? What happened to me? What? What do you mean?
I'm going to take a stagger towards her. How old are you, Violet?
I don't know, 15?
What year is it?
I don't know.
Violet?
Time moves a little differently there.
Lauren, did you say that I could use weird science to heal?
If you make a device that would do so, yes.
Okay, I'd like to make a device.
Okay, roll that.
If I may.
Roll that. I don't know. What do you mean?
Stagger, Olivia.
Oh, I rolled a 13.
Shit.
Great. So I think you're able to do your device to create some sort of healing device on you.
Yeah, I'm going to... Well, I was going to slap it onto the side of Vincent.
Yeah, I assumed. But prior to you doing that, I think I'm going to, like, stagger, fall to one knee, and then, like, knee walk towards Violet and be like, so much has been stolen from you.
What do you mean?
I want to, like, take her by the forearm and, like, hold up her wrist and point and, like, indicate the bracelet and be like, these haven't been cool for at least 30 years.
But they're pretty. So many colors.
What do the kids on the playground think about these?
I don't know.
What do your friends think about your bracelets?
I don't know. Oberon says that they're nice and colorful, which I like.
What about friends? What about friends your own age?
I don't have any friends my own age. There's all sorts of ages. Hundreds, thousands.
Do you have a little boy?
Max.
Yeah.
Oberon has him.
Can we
Max
get him back?
Max has friends his own age.
But the contract! They broke it!
What's the contract?
I'll manipulate someone.
Happily. Don't worry about it. I'm spending a luck point.
Okay. So you spend that, and I think Violet looks at you and kind of crosses her arms, and she says, Oberon made a contract with the people here a long time ago, back when it first got started. And they agreed that they would sacrifice a child every 40 years in exchange for their town being nice, happy, no problems. And then they broke it. The last 40 years, they've been upholding it every 40 years. And then this year, they just forgot. But he didn't forget. You're supposed to keep your promises.
Violet,
Yes, bleeding man.
why? Do you remember your parents?
I don't have parents.
You did. You used to.
The fairies are my family.
You were given away.
No. No. No, 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 no. And she it's just like not computing with her.
Violet Chilton.
No. Don't use that. I don't belong here. I belong back with the fairies.
Are you a fairy?
I want to
Or
like
are
hold
you
up a
human?
hand back at Ronan. What about this? What about you let Max go home and then you and me go talk to Oberon and see if we can't figure out a new treaty for the town.
You'll have to ask Oberon. I can't just let Max go. He belongs here. He belongs with us.
Well, see, that's the thing. They're supposed to get a child every 40 years. And 40 years ago, guess what I was? But guess what I've got on top of being a child? I got 40 years of childish behavior.
I'm confused. Do you want to go speak to Oberon?
Yeah, let's go.
Are the rest of you coming?
Yes.
Of course.
Okay.
And I think Ursula, still in the car. Absolutely. She smiles.
Okay, here we go.
Okay. Violet will lead you through the portal. You guys walk for a little ways. It is as quite literally you're stepping into a new world, a new plane, as you step through this portal. It kind of shimmers behind you as you walk through.
Can I ask Vincent a question?
Sure.
Like, I think I get, like, close to you and, like, in hushed voice, you sure about her? And I'm referring to Ursula. She's Not part of CISRA.
I would like to come back to that question in a moment here. I think you guys step through, and I like to imagine that Ronan is the last to go through the portal. Just as you're about to go through the portal, Ronan, you get a message in your ear.
Ronan, this is Vaughn.
Yeah?
Fairies? Is that what we're dealing with here? I heard something about a changeling.
Listen, we're in too deep right now. I'll call you back in a minute.
If there's a changeling, bring it back.
Oh, ears vibes. Should.
Click.
This is the red tape.
Oh. Mm-hmm. Hashtag devastating.
Yes.
Okay, here we go.
So, the answer to your question that Olivia had asked, what does Vincent say?
Oh, her? No.
So we're just letting her come with us? Civilian?
Clutching his bleeding chest.
Oh my god, here. And Olivia presses this weird suction cup machine to your side.
Vincent all but flinches away, but what does it do?
Like I said, it's probably the size of a basketball, but a suction cup. You know, are you familiar with cupping?
Yes, I am.
So I think it's one of those cups, but then on the back of it is
but the size of a fucking basketball.
Yeah, and on the back of it is kind of a box shape, and I feel the inside of the container against your skin feels with kind of smoke, and it feels kind of tingly. Yeah, and I think your side just kind of maybe stitches up or scars up.
And what happens to me functionally?
I think you are stabilized.
Okay.
And you heal one harm.
Okay.
And then there'll be a pop, and then the device will just kind of fall from your side, but I'll catch it.
Mm-hmm.
And I think I'm just gonna get in your face and point a finger at you, but say nothing because I don't know how to be mad at somebody who just stopped me from bleeding. And then I'm gonna keep walking, and then be like, "Look, another warm body in between us and murder. It's not bad."
Vincent, you had rolled something earlier. I had you roll plus sharp, and that I told you I would reveal later.
You sure did.
You noticed one interesting detail as you were leaving the park when Ursula had, I think, gone almost instinctively to grab for her gun. She's still wearing the ring.
Oh.
Yeah, okay. Okay.
All right, so you guys walk in, and I think Violet will lead you through kind of a grove that is grown over with lots of flowers. It is quite beautiful. There are just colors all over the place, pinks and purples and blues and really vibrant hues as you are walking through this kind of forest environment. And eventually you come upon a straight up fucking castle that looks kind of reminiscent to the fairy castle that was in the center of town.
What the playground is an approximation of.
Yes. It pales in comparison to the actual castle, but it is definitely has the bones of it, if that makes any sense.
I think Vincent's only reaction is going to just be to sigh and go, of course.
And you walk up to go to the castle, and I think you are brought before in what I guess is a throne room. It's kind of there's a throne that's sort of gnarled roots that have kind of formed up to form a chair. And lounging in the chair, you see a fairy. It's just as tall as you are, though. Maybe even taller. And he's got bright orange hair and just vibrant green coloring robes that he is wearing. Oh, it's been a while since we've had guests. Hello. And who might you all be? And I think sitting on the ground beneath him, you see Max there playing with some sort of fairy-like toy. It looks almost like a doll or something, and he's just playing with it.
I think before anybody else can say anything, Vincent's going to say, I'm here for him.
The boy? What's he to you?
I gave him something, and he never gave it back.
I understand something about that. You strike a bargain with someone, you give them something in exchange, and then they don't meet your expectations, and it's such a disappointment.
It's business.
The town did something quite similar with me. They were supposed to give me a child, and he points at Max. And they didn't.
Here's the thing about deals.
I think Oberyn, face in his hands. Oh, do tell. Tell me, human, what do you know about deals?
I don't know how they do things on this side of the whatever the side we're on. But where I'm from, it's man to man.
Do you want to propose a deal?
I want to talk about your deal. Who that you dealt with is even still alive.
That is a good point. Are you, what are they called? A lawman? Look at you litigating your case.
Oh, I am about as far as you can get from a lawman.
And yet I feel you want to strike some sort of deal.
As it happens, I do.
A plea bargain?
Easy. I'm not copping to anything just yet.
Who's this contract attached to?
The town!
Towns can't sign anything.
Well, its leaders can.
All those leaders are dead.
Are you operating outside your contract?
I don't like your tone of voice, mortals. Look, offer me something of interest, and perhaps I'll consider letting the boy go.
40 years of childish behavior.
What does that even mean?
You know what kind of mischief I got up to?
I'm sure it is of the mortal kind.
Of everybody here, there's nobody more qualified to stand in for Handfast.
I'm sorry, are you suggesting a swap?
I'm suggesting employment.
You want to work for me? What can you do?
What does this town do for you?
It provides me with children to fill my court.
Could I read a bad situation?
Sure.
That's gonna be a 6.
Okay, you do not know what the hell's going on. You are used to our world and our world only. 40 years of childish experience, you say? Look, I can release the town from his contract. You make a good point about the townspeople not being alive anymore, but there is some matter of payment that I'm going to need.
Or what?
Ooh.
Or else I'll kill people.
You and what army?
This army. And he waves his hand.
Don't ask about the army.
You just see like a bunch of fairies showing up, and they are a range of sizes. Some
It's an army.
Yeah, it's a full army. This is a fairy lord.
I think Ronan goes, that's fair.
Was the red cap his?
Oh, Bone Cruncher. Yes, he was mine. One of my emissaries. Yes, and you bashed his head in.
Well, he tried to bash ours in first. We did nothing. We were simply playing hide and seek.
Yeah, he started it.
Oh, that is a bit of a problem. Wasn't supposed to hurt anyone fatally.
Well, as you can see, he hurt us pretty bad.
Yeah, I almost died.
If there was anything in the way of payment, it would be for that.
No. I want somebody to roll manipulate someone.
Johnny?
You can roll manipulate someone using intimidate.
I would
What
like
is
it.
everybody's?
I
what
would
is-
like it to be me.
Mine's 0.
Okay, do it.
Everyone shut up, it's me.
Rude.
It's 10.
Okay. I think he kind of narrows his eyes and looks shrewdly at you.
I've got my hands in my leather jacket pocket. No, I don't have my
mean-
jacket.
No.
I've got my
And then
hands
the pants.
in my torn-ass jean pockets.
So I think you say that, and Oberon kind of narrows his eyes as he looks at you. A shrewd negotiator indeed. Well, if my right-hand man hurt you to the point where you would have died, that actually would be a breach of the contract. So, I'm willing to overlook this technicality, but I will still need some reparation. I don't need 40 years, but I would like 5. 5 years of serving me.
I hate this.
You are free to come and go as you please, but you will have missions that you must do for me.
I mean, it's for the kids, right?
For the kids.
I have a counteroffer that would be...
Ooh, lay it on me.
You want 5 years. What about the last 5 years? Or what about the most important 5 years of my life?
I think Oberon looks between you and Ursula with a knowing smirk.
Do you demand time or service?
I could go either way. Sure, we'll go with time.
Wait.
The last 5 years of your life.
Wait. Are you willing to split it between people?
Oh, you're going to offer yourself up now. Sure, amongst the three of you then.
No. I have a monstrous idea that I think Oberon would go for. I want him to take the last 5 years of the life of Ursula.
Oh.
Power move.
Ursula, do you say this out loud?
Mm-hmm.
I think Ursula looks at you and just stares.
I'll look back at her and be like, this hurts now, but it'll be fine in a minute.
Oberon looks at her and says, I don't force people into deals. If she wants it, then we will come to an accord. And I think Ursula looks at you, sort of nods, rips off the ring on her finger, throws it at your feet. Someone already ruined my life. What's another 5? And Oberon claps his hands. It is settled. Wonderful. Ursula, was it? We're gonna have a great time. I'll come for you a bit later, but for now, you may leave. Really, all of you should just leave.
With the boy.
Oh, for sure, you can take him. Bring him back to his parents, I'm sure they'll be joyed.
Max? And Olivia will kind of crouch and hold her arms open for him.
I think he's kind of really confused, but he kind of will get up and like reach out to hold your hand. Olivia leans in to whisper to you. There's fairies. Do you see them too?
I do. But you know who really misses you?
Who?
Your mom and dad.
Yeah. Okay.
They're gonna be so happy to see you.
Okay.
Come on.
Okay. Oberon kind of gestures towards the way that you guys came in and says, You're free to leave. This has been delightful.
Hang on. What about Violet?
What about her?
What's happening to her?
I think as you say, what about Violet, you turn to look at her, and she's kind of got this really weird look on her face.
Weird how?
Confused. It's like she's suddenly remembering some things, but can't really remember. Like she's trying to sort through memories. Wait, what? Where am I?
What is Violet to you?
Ronan saying to Oberon, what is Violet to you? I'm going to echo it.
Oh, she was one of us. We took her in as our own.
Was.
Well, now that the contract is broken, she has no hold to be here, unless, of course, she wants to.
What if we take her with us?
Well, I would be sad to see her go, but that is within your rights. Assuming, do you want to leave, Violet? And Violet is kind of just like looking around confused. Where?
No, literally what would happen to her if we took her? Yeah, would she suddenly become very old, or?
She would be fine. She would appear as she is now, 15 years old. Although, in fact, she's over 40, I suppose. But she would live the rest of her life as a normal human.
Ronan, you know what to do with... You know where to put...
Violet, what do you want to do? Do you want to live the life of... Of a human? And have friends and...
I don't remember. I don't remember my parents. I only know here. What if I want to... What if I want to come and play with my friends here? Can I come back? And she turns to Oberon. Perhaps. Although you will need magic to open up the gates. It should be so sad to see you leave.
There's millions of people in the world.
I want to take Violet by the hand and not look at her, but be like, he's full of shit. He won't even notice that you're gone.
But Oberon took care of me.
For how long?
You were part of a contract.
Roll manipulate someone.
I want to burn a luck point, because fuck.
You're gonna get fired from the agency.
Honestly.
I can't take this work anyway.
Yeah, we're gonna have to go out on our own.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I think Violet looks between you and Oberon, looks at the bracelet on her wrist with the letter V inscribed in it. They made this for me? My family?
Because they care.
She kind of clutches it to her chest. I want to go home.
Then let's go home.
Okay.
I think she fully reaches out and grabs your hand, Vincent.
I'll take it.
You guys can begin to make your exit from the Fey realm. And you head back.
I'm going to take off my earpiece and step on it. And that will be the last I deal with the
Hell
agency.
yes.
Oh, you're not supposed to. Oh, okay.
And I'm gonna look at Ronan and be like, all right. Because that also terminates my employment.
Return the kids to their parents.
With the exception of... So Max, absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
That kid can go home.
Violet's parents are still alive.
I know they are, but I'm not confident in their ability to properly care for and raise a 15-year-old.
They're probably close to retirement age, late 60s.
So what do you propose to do? You're going to take care of a child?
No.
Wow. Vincent MacGill and a daughter.
Fuck off. We're in this together now, okay? He smashed the thing. You were on this mission too. It's just the three of us, okay? You want to take her back to Julia? Take her back to fucking Julia. I'm gonna figure out what's going on. I'm gonna see. I gotta see.
We will figure out what's going on.
I gotta see them. I'm not gonna leave. And I look over at her before I finish the sentence. Until I know.
I think Ursula, who followed you guys out of the portal, will say, Alice and John, they're good people.
They're old people.
Fuck off, Vincent. And then she's going to walk away.
They're old people, he'll shout out after her. Fuck off yourself.
They're her parents.
Old people are still her parents. They've missed her for over 40 years. You think you know fucking best? Let her family decide, you ignorant asshole. And she's gonna walk off.
Like I didn't miss... Fuck you.
I'm gonna just gently take Violet. Let's at least get you to your parents. And we'll figure it out from there. Does that sound alright?
Yeah, okay. What are their names?
What are their names?
Is she
her
asking
parents?
what, Oh! What are whose names?
Her parents.
The parents.
Oh.
I'll be honest with you, Violet. I'm not from here. I'm from somewhere else, so I don't quite know what your parents' names are.
Well, Alice.
Alice and John is what
And
Ursula
John.
said.
That's what Ursula just said. They're good people.
Yeah, with or without Ronan or Vincent, Olivia will take Violet to her parents.
And I would cut out the part about the fairies. Just word of warning.
It's going to be hard to explain why she's still 15, Ronan.
Vincent and Ronan, do you guys come with?
Vincent goes with.
Yes.
Okay.
I think that needs to happen.
So you guys go to the Chilton household. Who's going to knock on the door?
Olivia will.
Olivia.
Okay. You knock on the door, and an elderly woman, looks to be maybe in about her late 60s, answers the door.
Hi.
Hello? Hello, dear. What can I do for you?
I have somebody that you've been looking for, and Olivia will kind of step aside to show Violet.
I think she's confused.
Lady, welcome to the weirdest day of your life.
Vincent.
I think
This is Violet.
I think the woman kind of like reels back and is like, what? Violet would be over 40. And then I think her eyes fall to the bracelet on her wrist. She clutches her hand. And then puts her hands up to her face. Violet? Violet? And then just pulls her into a hug. Executive producer Lauren Johnson. Thanks for joining us for this bonus episode of The Monsters Playbook, featuring
John Wander as Agent Ronan Parks.
Jonny Grubb as the ex-criminal Vincent MacGill.
Miah Detjen as Dr. Olivia White.
and Lauren Johnson as literally everyone else. Our theme song is by Jonny Grubb. The Monsters Playbook is produced, edited, and engineered by Miah Detjen. If you like this episode, please tell a friend. We love friends. You can find us on Facebook and Instagram at Monsters Playbook, on Twitter at Monster Playbook, and at Web 1.0 at monstersplaybook.com. We'll see you next episode where, as always, we'll have some good news and some bad news. Thanks for listening.
Can Ronan throw a grenade? I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I am just kidding.
When in doubt.
Please.
She went off that way.
Hey, I've been playing Stardew Valley. I get it.
Childhood's over, Violet.